Do. Oh, hey, I didn't see you there. You caught me in the middle of me celebrating the 30,000th day of my Minecraft survival world, as you can see up there. Well, I guess you can come along and join me. Come on in. All right, 30,000 days. We're going at it again. So, over the course of this world tour, which is going to be a long time, I'm going to go over every single build, every single thing that's in this Minecraft world, and the story, the thought process behind it, the history, everything we've lost, and all of it. And I'm going to have this handy little book to show me exactly what I need. All right, well, without further ado, let's get started. So let's start at the most reasonable place, I think, would be the house. Or, no, that's not it. Let's start with the creation of this world. Back on around December 10th, I want to say, 2019, I made this, it's raining, I made the survival world, and it's the 13th edition of my survival worlds that I've been making since I was a little teeny tiny baby when I was like 8 years old or something. A lot of worlds have come and lost, or come and gone. Some of them have been on different consoles, and after everything had passed, we ended up with this one, The World 13, Silk Acres. That's what it's called. And so, after trying out a couple of seeds, I spawned in a bit over there, and I found my way over to this island, where then I built this house. And then this house has been here since the very beginning, since day one. And this world was going to be very special to me because the world before this, which I had decided to quit, was the world that I have gotten like way the farthest. So in the world before this, which was actually the world 11, because the world 12 only lasted like a week, on the world 11, I made my first beacon, I beat the Wither multiple times, I made my first map art. It was all a pretty big deal. Also, that was the first world I ever made an iron farm. No, I ever made a farm ever, which was an Enderman farm. So I had big plans for this world. I was going to take it far, or at least I wasn't really expecting it to go this far, because I've never ever had a world that has lasted several years and so much time. But anyway, here we are. So once I built this house, I built it overhanging over this beach, and I thought it was very nice and aesthetic. This is also a atypical house design for somebody like DigitPlayer to do. But you know, it's nice. It's made out of some pretty basic materials. But anyway, let's take a look inside. Now the way it looks inside now is pretty similar, but pretty different to how it looked back in the day. I still have my loft where I sleep. Up here, I have my basic workbench tools and my smelting, but all along these walls there used to be chests. But obviously I went off and I made a real storage system eventually. Right about now, you can see remnants from years past. A lot of times I have this habit of putting blocks down and then I forget to clean them up, and then I leave them there for so long that they end up just becoming a part of the world. So like this thing, I guess I put this block here because it's the rarest ore. This, I have no clue why this glazed thing is here. Let's see, I think I remember right here, this set of armor was going to be like my adventuring set of armor, but that never went anywhere, because why the hell am I going to put on a separate, whatever. We have a chest plate here with good stats, okay. 2 barrels with nothing in them. We have a snowman. We have a full... Is this like a... They all just have Prot 4 on them, except this guy's missing boots. I see the vision here. We have some materials from the Nether update back in the day. And we have various boxes with other materials. These shulker boxes here actually go way back, where we have my ender chest, which I'll get to. Let's see, we have a box where I keep various valuables, like difficult to obtain blocks, like conduits, scutes, banner patterns. We got some frostwalker. This is where I keep all of my notch apples. And I guess a particularly good fishing rod that I found a long time ago that I still have. This is where I keep the even more valuable stuff. So here's all my Swift Sneak books. I try to keep track of these because they don't come easy in a world like mine, but we'll get to that. Also, we have my diamonds. This is not really my full diamond supply. I would actually say that this is my full diamond supply. I'm at no shortage of diamonds, which is wonderful. This is my full netherite supply, though, which could be better. Here's all my discs. A lot of this stuff I don't really keep track of anymore. Here's my elytra and my broken elytras. This is also my whole elytra supply, which could prove to be problematic because I have a very bad habit of dying a lot. This is where I used to keep my iron. I think I used to keep my emeralds somewhere. This is my gold. This must have been my emerald box. And then I guess this is my brewing box. So the house is kind of outdated. For anybody who's ever had a survival world that's gone on, or maybe you lived on an SMP, I think eventually you kind of learn to become nomadic because your base expands beyond just a one single house. It grows out. And mine certainly has. Because although this is my house and this is where it all began, my property that I would call my base spans all the floating islands. Oh yeah, floating islands. Did I mention those? Okay, let's talk about the floating island thing. So a lot of what you see, not most of it, but a good amount of what you see actually used to be down on the ground. And you can actually see the holes from which these islands rose up. For a long time, this was actually a pretty standard issue. Remember how I said that the world that I had before this was a lot slower, and I kind of just lived on a house and I didn't really do a whole lot. I didn't build any farms either. Well, that was this world too, until I decided that I need something to push me. I needed something big. I needed to really push the limits of what my world could be. So after a lot of consideration, I decided to do floating islands, which works out very elegantly because that's one of the most common base ideas in the history of Minecraft. If you go to the old construction handbook, there it is, it's in there. They tell you how to make floating islands. And that's really great for me because, as you may learn throughout the rest of this world tour, I kind of have an affinity for early Minecraft type content. Anyway, let's look at this house a little bit more. I'm sure you noticed a lot of the maps. Another recurring theme is map art. We'll get through the rest of the things that are in my house, and then we'll move on to the greater island, and then we'll start moving chronologically through the other builds in the vicinity. So here's a project. We'll get to see these maps in person. This is every single album from the band Ween, except for their compilation album. So moving chronologically, we have God Means Satan, then The Pod, then Pure Guava, and then Chocolate and Cheese, Golden Country Great, The Mollusk, White Pepper, Quebec, La Cucaracha. Over here we have an animated map where if you hold click, you can see Megumin from Konosuba dancing. We have the only 2x2 map that exists, because that one over there is a little bit special. The only 2x2 map that exists, and it is Sublime's 40 Ounces to Freedom. This one really took me some time. Here we have a screenshot of my island, and you can actually see that this is a little bit outdated now. It's kind of hard to tell, but this island here doesn't exist, and also all of these library things in the distance have now since moved a little bit, and you can also see the remnants of my old storage system. So that's pretty cool. Maybe I should make another one, huh? Here we have Pink Floyd's Amagama, just for fun. We have Primus's Frizzle Fry. This is my band's logo. That is Calypso right there. And then this is the very, very first map art I ever made, and this was without the use of Lightmatica. Oh yeah, speaking of Lightmatica, I do use some mods to assist me on what I do in this world. I do not care about what anyone thinks. No, actually, well, you know, when you're making a world, you get to decide the rules of how you play. So there's some glitches that I allow that others wouldn't. There's some glitches that others allow that I wouldn't, and that's all cool. And I think that I learned when I was building the big islands that if I want to be able to make large, magnificent builds like this, I'm going to need a mod to help me build that. So nothing game breaking, nothing game changing, just things that take really long, annoying processes and make them a little bit less long and annoying. And I think everybody's happy. I remember one of my earliest projects was setting out to get these banners right here, because you need a creeper face in order to get it. And once I had it, I threw these banners everywhere. I think they're also up there. Associating this banner with me was kind of short-lived. Let's see. Okay, so we have this. We'll get to this. Don't worry about this one just yet. Other than that, I mean, we got a jukebox. We got, oh yeah, here's my head storage over here. All of my zombie heads and skeleton heads and creeper heads. And I only have 3 of these guys because they're really hard to get. I can get them if I want to, but I don't because it takes so much work. So I like to keep that guy around. These guys are loud. And I think on this floor, that's about it. I guess I have this old book. Oh, I have this old book of farms. This is no longer up to date. I have a clock, furnace. Oh yeah, and then there's this map of a fisherman. That's cool. And then also up here, you can see up on my loft where I sleep, I have a framed picture of the very first grass block that I got from an Enderman. And then also this lectern here that tells me what I need to do in my world. Everything in this book I think I've since completed and then some. Alright, let's go upstairs. Let's see what's going on upstairs. The upstairs area never really got super refined, so now I just use it as like a work area. This is where I do some brewing if I ever need to do brewing. I don't really have a fancy brewing setup anywhere, so if I ever do brewing, it's right here. This is also where I store my shulker boxes. I just grab them off of this wall. And then you can see the big map that is actually getting a little, this map is a little bit small for my world now, which, so I might need to expand this. And then just like various crap and junk everywhere. That's also going to be a recurring theme that you're going to notice, is that I just have boxes and boxes just lying around. And that's cool. It's part of the character of my world, I guess. Alright, moving on. Let's go downstairs. Oh, yeah, also there's a balcony. Okay, let's go downstairs now. I remember when I was really early on in this world, I really wanted to just not use a ladder here. I wanted to do something fancy, so I guess what I came up with was this. It's not really the most elegant way because you take some fall damage. Anyway, this basement was one of the earliest like fun builds that I was doing. After I built my house, then I wanted to build a basement, but since I was on a cliff like this, I was able to put this little viewing platform that used to have a view of the ocean, but now I guess has a greater view of the ocean. And I have this enchanting table here. And you're like, but DigitPlayer, there's no bookshelves, there's no book. Oh, guess what? Boom, there's still bookshelves. Isn't that cool? Yeah, of course it's cool. Only an idiot would think that that's not cool and impractical. It's cool. It's awesome. And then I retract them up. The only problem is that everything has to be completely wood everywhere. Oh yeah. Also, another thing that I should say, all the things that I should say keep coming to me, to my brain in waves. Another recurring theme. Keep note. Are you taking notes of all the recurring themes? Gadgets and gizmos. They are everywhere. I love little gadgets and gizmos. I like to build redstone. I like to do it myself if possible. The only issue is that when DigitPlayer does it by himself, then it ends up being incredibly unstable and not working a lot. So you're going to see that a lot of redstone machines that kind of are inconsistent. But that's all just part of the fun. Okay. I think that's about it for the house, except for, I mean, I could explain the dragon head, but you see it. It's right there. Yeah, okay. Oh yeah, also these beacon lights here, I got these before I even had a wither skeleton farm, so that was also kind of fun. I think I've learned that I tend to gravitate towards like really long time consuming projects that like, you know, like spending a long time just getting like decoration blocks that just could be something else. You're probably going to see that a lot. So anyway, let's head out onto my island. This island is actually the biggest floating island. It was the first one and it is still the biggest, unless you want to count like the ships and stuff like that. But there are some other big ones. most of the stuff that you see happened when it was still on the ground. But let's just go around and see. So we have a cake. This was celebrating 20,000 days, I think. We have my printer fund, because all the way back in the day when I first started this world, my biggest all-time goal was to build a printer, because I was just learning how to use redstone, and I figured out how to make a redstone printer, and I was so proud of myself. I was so freaking proud of myself that I wanted to make it in survival, and to me that was like an unattainable redstone project. So eventually I did it, and then I felt very unfulfilled. And then I did the floating island thing. But I still have the chest here, which is where I kept the funds to make the printer, the materials. It turns out that I only needed like a single chest's worth. It kind of shows how my perspective has been skewed and changed ever since I first started playing Minecraft, and how much better at the game I've gotten since I made this 5 years ago when I was 15. Oh my god. I'm old now. Same world. I've been in this world for a quarter of my life, dude. Alright, don't think about that. Another chest with random stuff. It had this exact same lot of random stuff when it was down on this island, was down on the ground. So, can't clean that up. It's just part of the island now. We have this bridge here, which also, if you hear any piston noises, ignore that. We have this bridge here that used to connect down there, as you can see. That was also fun. That was a fun build to do back in the day. Here we have my dragon egg shrine. As you can see, I'm very lucky to still have my dragon egg, and I haven't lost it due to like an idiotic accident or anything like that. And I don't plan on losing it any time soon. And also you can see all of my dragon heads that I've gotten, kind of run out of place to put them. All that from end busting. Here we have a friend of mine put his came over and put this down. And I guess you could tell when he put it down. Well, let's keep her going. Down here we have a dock. Also, what's this say? Oh, we have a dock with a G on it. I have no clue. I'm telling you guys, I have no clue why there's a G here. I've looked at old screenshots of this world, like from like many years ago, like 4 or 5 years ago. This G has just always been here. Like, I remember when it wasn't here, but then, like, there's just been a G here. Every now and then I switch the material that's made out of. Like, it used to be prismarine, and then it was, like, honeycombs. And when copper came out, I turned it into copper. I don't know why there's a G here, dude. I have no clue. I get, maybe it was, like, a Grian reference? I don't know. And also, you can see I have these little boats out here. Fun! Back in the day, it felt really cool to get every single ore and line them up, I guess. Here's an old palm tree with a circle around it. Here I have my axolotls. What is it? Slizami, you're nameless. Sharproos, and I could have sworn. Do you have a name? I thought there was a third one. Whatever. Palm tree that's made out of ancient debris. It wasn't always ancient debris, because I made this world in 1.15 before the nether update and stuff, and you're going to see once we go into my nether that it was generated pre-nether, just for reference. This stuff, this area, like I said, I made this world back in 1.15, so the hot thing on the street were the bees. So this used to be where I kept my bees. It used to look worse, then I made it look better, and then the bees were laggy, so I replaced them with bunnies. And you can hear all the fire underneath. That would help me harvest all the honey. Over here used to be my animal pens, but now this is where I carry out my storage stuff, but we'll get to that in a second. Here are my horses. I've never run. I tamed this horse as soon as I had a saddle, as you do when you have a Minecraft world. I have never ridden this guy anywhere, and also it's kind of hard to ride him anywhere now. Also, he doesn't have any tops. Oh my god. Useless horse. Gee whiz. And then we have my skeleton horses. I have plenty of skeleton horses scattered all across the world now, but here's the original ones. We got Dongle, Dougie, Dougal, and Dolphin. Normal horse names. When the Nether update came out, I thought it would be really cool to have this little hill that I keep my that thing on, to have it like have the Nether creep out onto the world. So it's kind of become a staple of my world now to have this the other stuff coming out. That's fun. Let's see. Aside from other random blocks and stuff, I think this. Oh, there's an iron golem there. They have suits on in this world too. So back in the day, before I had bigger Minecraft worlds like this, I had one design for a starter house, and it was this. So I used to always build my houses like this one. This one looks to be like a little bit beaten up. I don't know why. I don't know what's gone on here. But I made it a new tradition that every time I have a survival world, which back when I made this tradition in the world 11, it was more foreseeable that I was going to have multiple survival worlds to do this in. But so far, I've only ever had to do this in one. I make one of my houses and I keep it near my main house. And inside, I put an ore. Last time it was a diamond ore, but I've decided to keep an emerald ore now because it's my birthstone. And basically, this is like the, if you want to get all LARPy about it, this is like the heart of the world is right here. It's like the heart. So it's like when this world breaks, then the world ends and it's over. So when there comes a point when I have nothing left to do in this world, I'm bored, I don't want to do anything anymore, I'm done, then I come over here and I break it with a non-silk touch pickaxe, or probably like an iron pickaxe, and it's over. And then this world just becomes a museum. I don't really plan on doing that though, like ever. Like hopefully I still have this world when I'm like 80. Hopefully I am 80. Who knows if that'll ever happen. I remember I thought that vent was a really fun idea. And I think that's about it for the top of the island, except for the beacons. I forgot to talk about the beacons. It's kind of self-explanatory. We got 4 beacons that give me these effects. And also I remember testing out these color designs. I have the pink beams. It seems pretty run-of-the-mill. I knew I didn't want to have the beacons like above ground because they're kind of bulky and in the way, so I wanted to put them underground and kind of make a spectacle out of it. So this beacon is like a pretty like big iconic part of this world. And then I also have this port down here that takes me down and over for maintenance and stuff. Okay, so that's about it for the island. Except it's not it for the island because there's still more. And you're like, what? What do you mean there's more? Of course there's more, because since we're a floating island, something that you may not have considered is that you get a whole lot of extra additional space down below. Well, how do you get down below? I hear your idiot ass asking. Well, let me show you. Okay, gadget gizmo number 1. Step on pressure plate and then get on minecart. And it takes you down below. And this is kind of like a janitor closet kind of area of my world. There's nothing really super important or cool or good or fun here. I come down here a lot sometimes to gather up materials. I also, if there's a farm that's small enough, then I'll keep it down here. So over here I have like a micro farm for getting wheat or like carrots or something here. So I do that a lot. I'm storing a bit of these guys. They're crossbowed pillagers. I also have this sugarcane farm, which is great because if just from sitting and running around at home, then I'm always up on my sugarcane game, which is great. Really convenient because you know you need sugarcane for all these rockets I use. We grow some nether wart down here. And then we also have some other like network type stuff, a lot of rails and insta wires and whatnot that do like various other gadgets and gizmos that I'll get to in a second. All right. And then the way that you get out of here is either through this hole down here or back up through like a slime block piston thing. Oh. All right. I think it's time to move on. Next up, so now we're going to be branching out and I'll be showing you some builds that I built that have since been risen up into the air, but when I built them at the time, we're not in the air. So let's get to it. Over here we have this villager I don't know what the point of the villager was. Like I said, there was a point in this world where I was just kind of building random stuff just for the hell of it. So before I had the whole like floating island theme, and there was a little bit more direction that you're gonna be able to see the more that I do my tour, that everything kind of ties in together, and we have like different townships and stuff that have been risen up into the air. Before then, I was just making random builds, and a couple of them are too iconic and too much of a part of this world for me to get rid of. So they just kind of have to stay here, and they don't really make sense unless I ever decide on like building new lore into them. One of them was this villager here. He doesn't really do anything. At one point he was going to be villager storage, and actually I can show you that. Back when he was on the ground, I made it so you can walk in here and drop down here, and it used to take you down underground, but now it just takes you straight through the island. But actually, if we go down here into the hole, you can hear... I have no clue where the villagers are, but... Oh. Where are they? You hear them, right? Oh, there they are. I guess I still have some villagers up here. So I have bounced around like what my trading hall is 100 times. I've landed on a pretty solid trading hall design now. I'll show you where I keep my villagers. But that was one of my ideas. But the first place I ever kept my villagers was actually over here in one of the very original builds. So right here where this tent is, tent with the water down below it, it used to be that building there, the spruce thing. And you can actually see that the hole down there is too long to match this island. My bad. But that's because it used to be this thing. And then these libraries, and these libraries, they used to actually be in line, and they weren't like all around in a pretty circle like this. And each of the variants would keep a different type of villager. And if I'm remembering correctly, this one kept the librarian villagers. It kept like, I don't know, 20 of them or so. This one kept the cleric villagers, I want to say. This one kept the farmers, that makes sense. This one kept like armor smiths and toolsmiths, and this one kept, maybe this one kept the, I don't know, the one that sells the glass, is that librarians? Like librarians again, except for glass. But you can imagine that having like a billion villagers all like incapacitated right there kind of caused lag, and I used to get like this crazy frame drop whenever I would look in this direction, so I eventually had to take the villagers and move them, and I'll show you where I moved them later. Another one of the builds that I did before I moved up, actually the very first one was this one, was this lighthouse, and it used to be smaller, now it's bigger, and now it's also up in the sky. For practicality, it's where I keep my beacons. And they just kind of go up into the sky. Also, one of the very first ones was this thing, the farm scaffolding. I've been like having an emotional wrestle with this guy lately because I don't know what to do with it. Like, it makes sense to have the lighthouse out. Also, this house here, you're gonna see a theme where like I have this lighthouse, and I got kind of pissed off about having just one lighthouse, so then I made another lighthouse over there. Same thing with this beach house right here. I got pissed off about having just a beach house, so I built another one over there. The farm scaffolding is just ugly, but it's so OG, I can't get rid of it. I don't have it in me to get rid of it, so I won't. I'm gonna have to incorporate it into something. So that used to be on the ground. Also, this zombie used to be on the ground. This is one of the only builds that changed when it got brought up, because I thought it would be funny if the zombie like broke off, and you can see down here that like it fell down and broke, and like the arms fell off. I think that's cool, symbolic art piece or something. This house that I was just talking about just now, remember how I was talking about it? This is a blue shulker box with sand in it. This is also one of the earliest builds because, and I think you could actually see this in my to-do list on my loft in my house, I wanted to make an Outer Banks, North Carolina style beach house here. So this is the one that I made. I don't really know if it even has any interior. It was kind of just to look pretty. Let's see. Or maybe it does. Oh, look at the interior. It's so good. So yeah, this has been here for... Okay. This has been here for forever, as far as I know. I'm realizing now that like the stories behind a lot of these are not really as in depth, especially the really early ones. For the lighthouse, it's just like, oh, I wanted a lighthouse, and for this one, it's just like, oh, I wanted a house. So I promise you, as we move on, I'm gonna have a lot more to say about the cooler builds. So let's see. Moving on. Oh, we got Mumbo. Not that Mumbo, not Minecraft Mumbo. Mumbo from Banjo-Kazooie. This is also another build that I did really early on. This is like Mumbo's skull from Banjo-Kazooie. It's just kind of sitting here, just kind of chilling. Ouch. Actually, now this is where I keep the only full diamond naturally spawned zombie that I ever found, who drowned. And I actually found him when I was digging out the really big hole for my main island. That's pretty neat. And I think we're just about ready to move on to other islands. Okay, so those are the more scattered islands. The villager, zombie, lighthouse, house, farm scaffolding. Actually, I should be checking my book. Why aren't I checking my book? Home Island, history, gadgets, lighthouse, ocean village. Oh, the ocean village! Oh my gosh, how could I forget? Oh, okay, yeah, let's go. So let's go out into the ocean area. Also, we can kind of separate this world up into north, east, south, and west. They each have their own different vibes. So over here in the north, which was the most picturesque area at first because of the coral reef. This was actually the very first cool looking build that I did. I know I keep saying the very first build. This is straight up one of the first villager based builds that I did. It was this island down here that was a circle. It was like this utopian looking village. And also, even though this world was made in 1.15, one of the earliest ideas for a theme for this world was villages. And not just like good looking villages. No, that would be crazy. Like the crappy looking 1.13 and prior villages. That's exactly what I wanted to make. So this was the very first one. And actually, as we go through, we have one other instance of a old school village that we can find in this world, and then the other ones have since been destroyed. This one, one of the only builds to be on the ground, I decided to do another funny thing when rising it up, where I only rose up like a section of it up here. So for now, that's just like sitting here. Again, it doesn't really work out with like the rest of the lore. But that's how it goes with these earlier builds. Alright, let's check out Otis. This is another build that used to be on the ground. Back in the day, obviously when I made this world, one of the top priorities was I need to do a raid. And when I did a raid, the only reason I was able to win the raid was because this one villager was trapped in his house and no pillagers were able to get to it. So every other villager in the raid died. And I guess I felt so much sympathy for this NPC-ass villager that I decided to build him a nice little house down here. And here he is the Otis. And he has his workstation, so he feels, I don't know, emotionally fulfilled. I don't really talk to him very often. It's kind of weird. Down here, this is also another one of the earlier builds. I guess I have a lot more sporadic builds than I remember having. I had this idea to do this like underwater tube thing, but like as you go down into it, it separates into different sections that are all different. So on the very top, oh god, excuse me. At the very top here, we have this campfire with seats. That's cool. And then you go down, and then we have like an aquarium with like fish in it. It's like called Prismarini. And then you go down, and then you have like this like cozy campfire spot, and you can still see out the side. Ooh. And then we have this like workshop area. Ooh. And then down here I have this waterfall with grass and rocks. I think I was really into the idea of making like really tranquil style builds. Like an area that I could just like sit down in and like think or whatever. But turns out I don't really do that a whole lot with the all the tranquil builds that I made. But that's just the way she goes, eh? All right, let's move on. Villager storage. Explain what was it. Okay, the tour guide doesn't know anything. I got this. Speaking of that thing, of the floating village, back in the day, I used to have a method for which I got there. So you can see here, these doors open up, and then there's this water. But back when my island was on the ground, this water would lead you to a bubble elevator, which I think I actually still have down here. Let's see if I can find it. Ooh, yeah, look at that. Okay. We'll go from the other end. So if we go into the well in the middle of the world right here, or go underneath the village, you can see there's some bubble columns. And if you go down, it'll take you to a minecart track underground. And where it leads you is to this kind of creepy area that used to actually take me up straight back to my island. So I had an easy way to get down from my island and then onto a minecart track and back up onto the village where I could do my trades. And then over here in this cushy looking room, I would keep my trading materials, but it looks like there's just rocks and stuff from when I was doing the excavation. And I had all these chutes here, which also went up to the very top of my island, where I would have designated holes where I would drop different trading materials into, and then whenever I paid them a visit, I would go and grab the materials and then bring them up to the villagers. It was super fun, and that's why Minecraft is so fun, because you could do stuff like that. You make these little processes for yourself. Let's talk about... Let's see. Okay, so moving chronologically through my world, we've covered everything that was on the ground before I brought it up. So let's talk about the first builds that I made that have never seen the ground and were just always up in the air. So we have this steampunk village was, I think, if I'm not mistaken, the first... excuse me. The first major floating island build that I made, because I knew I wanted to start doing like more thematic builds, so this is what I made. I started with this clock tower that is beautiful, and I did not design it. It's actually designed by this guy, to Mindful. Some guy on Planet Minecraft that I downloaded this build off of. But all the rest of the houses were made by me, and this is also the very first like true fancy decorative build that I tried to do, was taking on steampunk. And you can see that all of these were made in like one sitting, and then I copied them over. And I actually think I did a pretty good job, but man, steampunk villages are not easy to do. They're a whole thing. And we got this like fountain in the middle. I like that the walkways kind of turn into like this octopus looking thing. And then we have this walkway. Actually, I think the walkway came before anything else, that goes all the way around. So then I was like doing these floating islands. This walkway is like on these floating islands that are like varying Y levels, that holds up everything, and you can walk around. And it was struck by lightning at one point, but that's cool. I also haven't repaired it. Later on in the steampunk village, I decided to build these trees, because I actually made this steampunk village before copper. So then I went in and edited some things to actually include copper, like the walkways here. Like the houses came first, and then I built the walkways with copper, and then I built the trees. So I thought it would be cool to build these like really like industrial, like artificial looking trees out of copper, and I think they turned out really cool, especially like these giant ones. And then finally, when they raised up the world height, I was finally able to build some airships up here. These I also downloaded, but I didn't credit them because I'm a scumbag. They don't really fit in with like the same style I have down here. They don't really have the same build palette, so I might go and change them, but they look great. And it's not something I would have been able to do before they raised up the world height, because this one's like pretty much at max height right there. Yeah. That's also a problem. If these houses were on the ground, then that wouldn't have been an issue at all. Man, that wind is loud. Speaking of this walkway, oh yeah, also, and then later on, I've decided to name this place Alderford, and I also put these pipes down here, which are still. I think I put these pipes up over a year ago, and they're still not fully oxidized, which is nuts. Right here is also one of the earliest islands. I wouldn't even consider this an island. This is just where I keep a charged creeper. I don't know his name. I deal with charged creepers a lot in this world, so it's not really all that spectacular. I think I'll just get everything on this side of the island out of the way, and then we'll work in a cloud. Yeah, we'll work in a yeah. Okay, so while I've talked about this walkway here, I may as well mention that I do this thing every November, except for last November because I forgot, called No Wings November, which is where I spend the entire month of November playing Minecraft, and I usually try to take on like a bigger project over the month of November, and I do and I never use my elytra. I take it off and I don't allow myself to ever put it on, which means I fall a lot, I die of fall damage a lot, I fall into the void a lot, and then I also have to find interesting ways to go about maneuvering this world, because I want this to be non-elytra friendly, but maybe I want to make it ender pearl friendly, non-elytra with ender pearls. So I want to instate ways of getting to different places with just ender pearls. So we have this. When you walk over here, oh, it's supposed to give you an ender pearl. Oh gosh. Let's go grab an ender pearl right here. So if you walk over that thing, and if it gave you an ender pearl, then you can shift to the end of here, and there's a target block right there. If you aim at that and throw it, then it'll throw the ender pearl right. Oh gosh. It'll throw it right exactly accurate here. And I also put some horses up here for easy transportation. And you could go all around and look at the whole steampunk village and look at everything. That's a witch. Hey, don't throw anything. Oh, some other stuff that's going on around here. We have this. This is the latest steampunk house that I made. This is actually directly over my spawn point. So what I did is I made it so that I put moss carpets down around this whole area down there, which is the whole area where I respawn when I die. And then I made it so the game forces me to spawn me somewhere in or around this house. Back in the day, they made it so you could only spawn in, or the game would prioritize grass. But I think they took that away. So now you just also grass with sky access or something like that. But they don't do that anymore. So now the game just kind of ends up spawning me in like somewhere around, like on like sometimes like up on the roof and stuff. You can see there's like buttons on every surface and stuff to prevent me from spawning anywhere else. But I guess that doesn't work anymore. If we look, let's see. Oh yeah, okay, so now we have this building here. This actually used to be the storage for a general mob farm that I used to have. Oh look, the AFK platform's still there. There used to be a general mob farm right there. It was actually the second time I built a general mob farm, because the first time I built it right around there, and it was an eyesore. And also I remember I made it out of light blue. I'll get to that. I'll get to that in a second. But then there's the matter of like, well, I don't want to have to go onto the ground to get all the drops. So I had it so that they were all routed down, and then they would come up here via water bubble thing, and it would take me up here. And this is where I would get all my drops and stuff. And there's still a good amount of stuff here, which is nice. Oh, and gunpowder too. Nice. As you can see, the sorting system, and it takes it all around in a circle. Moving on. Let's see. Oh yeah, so we have something. One of something I have my eye on that I'm gonna do now. Obviously, I used to have most of my farms used to be like around my house, which makes sense. But they're not around here anymore. I've since moved all of the farms except for my villager breeder there and my cobblestone generator here. And I don't know why that is. I guess I just like to have them close, but I think if anything I should probably just move them underground. So this is where I get all of my cobblestone for my builds and pistons and stuff. And then over here, I still, whenever I need villagers, which is pretty rare, I'll still get them from here. Looks like we had a lightning strike incident, and I decided to keep one of them. And I think this might be, yeah, this might be a lag source. Oh my gosh. Oh my god, they're still making them. Wow. That's nuts. Yeah, you can see the frame drops. Crazy. Okay, moving clockwise. So I did talk about the floating, the village thing, but I didn't actually talk about Lilyland. And Lilyland is one of the more recent builds that I've done in this world, because I was considering what I was going to do out in the north wing of my world over at the ocean for so long. And I guess I can't really see myself making this decision now, but I guess I decided to make it an amusement park that was on top of lily pads, because I knew I wanted to do something with lily pads. So here we have Lilyland. So let's do a tour of Lilyland. We got the ticket booth. We have this arrow that says this way to Lilyland, and then a sign that says enjoy with these frogs around here. And looking around, I guess we got some like basic games. We got like a carousel, which used to have like a dolphin and a minecart, but it doesn't really go around when you unload it, and then the dolphin dies. Here we have like a target shooter type game. Here we have a lemonade kit. This okay, guys, or dudes, everybody. This was based off of a real thing that I saw. I was at some kind of like fair. I don't even know what it was. I don't know what I was doing there, but there was a giant lemon, and inside of the giant lemon was a woman who was making lemonade out of lemons. It was nuts. So I put it over here. I also put some sunglasses on it. Here we have another game, I guess like some kind of like toss into the water kind of thing. Also, the water in the cauldrons looks beautiful in this biome. You can see I have some frogs dotted around. We have green frog, an orange frog, and then gray frog over there. We have giant roller coaster. It's not functional, which is kind of a missed opportunity. I probably should. I mean, there's rails. And then we have Ferris wheel, which is the real looker, you know. I mean, like, you can just see it from so far away. It's just like, And then, oh yeah, there's also that thing. Spinny thing. Like on the cover of that one Dave Matthews Band album or whatever. And then some hot air balloons that I guess we could also go into. Hello? Anyone here? Fun. Oh, I can see everything from here. And then we have a big giant sign that says Lilyland. And I really love this build, but don't worry, this is not the end of Lilyland. There's going to be more. There's going to be the Lilyland suburbs, which I've been planning for a very long time. Oh yeah, also, we can see that there's some arrows directing us over here. Thank you for pointing. Oh, that guy looks a little bit... I don't want to talk to him. Also, I'm pretty sure Lilyland also has a weird, like, management issue, because I don't know if this is an official Lilyland store. I'll just leave it alone. Oh yeah, and look at all this. Ooh, look at the decoration. Yeah, this build turned out really good. I really like it. But I've been planning on making some Lilyland suburbs for a while, which will have some nice, like, canopy-looking houses that are really nice all around. And it'll probably extend out way deep into the ocean back here, because I got, like, a playground's worth of ocean to play with. All kinds of floating island opportunities that I have here. Moving clockwise, we have this island here, which actually used to be a barn. And it was still a barn when it was down on the ground there. And then I moved it up and it was a barn, and that's where I kept my villagers where I got my food from, because I eat these mangoes, if you didn't notice, but they're actually golden carrots. Eventually I didn't have the need for that barn anymore, and it didn't make sense because there's another barn over there. So I decided to take this barn down and replace it with another Outer Banks style house. This was really recent, actually, but I do plan on making more lighthouses like that one and more Outer Banks style houses. Okay, So now we move on to, I think, is the prettiest and like probably my proudest achievement when it comes to this world and the floating islands. So over there we had a sign that welcomes you to Alderford. This place over here is Melon Meadow. And before I talk about Melon Meadow, despite all the hype, I just realized I should probably talk about this furnace. And this is actually where I do all of my smelting. And I also forgot to talk about my storage. I'm doing everything in a wonky order this time. I'm feeling crazy today. I've been waiting for 30,000 days for so long. Happy 30,000 days, by the way. Anyway, also it sounds like there's a zombie down here. Yep. Hello, buddy. So this is actually an homage to where I used to do my mass smelting back in the day. If I wanted to do mass smelting, I would line up a bunch of furnaces down there. So I thought it only made sense that if I wanted to actually add a super smelter into my world, it would make sense to put it right here. So the way that it works, I don't really have anything to cook right now. Let me see, can I find something to cook? Just for demonstration purposes. There we go. Well, now it's an odd number. That's better. So the way that this furnace works, the super fancy, legit furnace works, is you throw in the items like a normal furnace and you press the button like a normal furnace. And right now it's cooking. And the way that this particular furnace works is that you press the button and it drops the items down, and then they drop down through this hole where they go on to this super smelter design here. I don't know who designed it. Sorry. But it throws all the items down onto these hoppers. We have enough hoppers here, or enough hopper minecarts right here. Yeah, you can see there's a bunch of them. To fit about 2 shulker boxes worth of items, so I can only throw about 2 shulker boxes worth of items into this super smelter at a time without fear of like despawning items or whatever, anything like that. And then it does all the smelting. It uses carpet duping to keep everything fueled up, and then once it's done, it'll send all the items back over here and then back up through this bubble column. And you'll see I use a lot of bubble columns in a lot of places to get items up and down from the very ground. Like you can see one there and here, and we have various other waterfalls dotted around. Anyway, I got my glass. Yippee! Okay, now to look at Melon Meadow. It all started with this village here, which I believe wasn't ever on the ground. It is right above this area of land, which is where my very first wool farm used to be, but has since been destroyed. Up here, this is where I have a standard looking village with 8 unique looking basic houses and a statue of a farmer here. And this is actually where I kept my food villagers. So this is where I get my golden carrots from. I keep my emeralds here. And also we have cows and meat lying around from a very tragic thing that I don't want to talk about. And this was the very first village, and then I eventually moved on and I made this village over here, which isn't populated at all, but it has these like stilts style houses that I think look really good. I don't remember if I designed these houses or not. It looks like something I would have made. But they're all down like a central line, a diagonal line, instead of everything being connected at this like middle island with a statue. And then I think I started raising up the rivers. So this river here was the very first river I did, and then I did this river that went around here. And all of these rivers were actually down on the ground. You can see they've been drained up and have since risen up into the sky. And they're totally accurate to how they used to be on the ground. And now there's this river back here behind. I think after I built the rivers and then this one, this island here is actually the most unique one. It was the very first one, the very first island to not be made from... Most islands, as you can see, if I were to explain this, I built this bottom part by hand, and it's completely hollow on the inside. With this one, I rose in a separate copy of this world, I rose up the world out of the ground, and then I broke it around. So you can see there's actually more like, it just looks completely different. And that used to bother me. It doesn't bother me so much anymore, but I had to do that because of the nature of this build, where it had this deep little water thing in here. And this is actually completely naturally generated with the world. And I wanted to put a little raft on it. This was actually based off of Grian's barge from Season 7 of Hermitcraft, which you'll find is actually where I get a lot of my inspiration from. And I think it looks really nice. It kind of doesn't really make sense why you just have like a random barge out, and like it's not like it could go anywhere, but I guess you live on it or store stuff on it. I don't know. This place looks great. I'm really happy with how it turned out. I wanted to do something with this little body of water since day one, so I'm glad I had an opportunity to do something with it. I think next I built this windmill, which was not designed by me. This is back when I was still a nice guy and would credit stuff. This is by Captain J.E.K. Captain Jack. Captain J.E.K. Jack. And this thing looks great. And it's right next to this really good looking area of wheat farms. And this is actually a technique that I would end up using a lot more, is these just like little clusters of islands of like similar areas. You're going to start seeing this kind of technique used a lot more around my floating islands. And you can see down below, you can see the bigger wheat farm where all of it was taken from, which looks really cool, I think, in my humble opinion. And then also up here we have this guy. I forgot what this guy was for. I think this guy used to be used for villager curing, but once I moved my villagers, I didn't need him anymore, so I think I just plopped him here and made him a farmer. Moving on. I guess we'll move on to this village, this little thing that I'm on now. So you can see that Melon Meadow is really made up of little tiny townships where we have those guys, and then we have these guys, and now we have these guys. The funny thing about this build in particular was that these mud houses that I really wanted to make, because they just added in the dripstone, has these roofs that are made out of honeycombs. And oh my gosh, it took me so long to get these honeycombs. I think it was like a week or two of just constant like farming trees and stuff. Like I needed like several. It doesn't. I couldn't imagine I needed that many, but I just remember me like just being up late and doing nothing but getting these honeycombs. And then in the middle I have the fire, and it looks very pretty. I like the way it turned out. These are like more primitive style mud huts. Looks very nice. These stables here was actually also, and interestingly, these stables used to be facing the other way. This is the back of the stables, and now this is the front. This was originally going to be another villager storage thing. You notice how much stuff there is about villager storage? I was going to have it so that I could store villagers like in here. They'd be stored like in here, like horses. And then I would press a button. These things are full of like these like gadgets that would push out, that would like extract them out. It would like drop them down, and then it would extract them out and bring them down to like a central area. But I never did anything with that, and I haven't needed to do anything with that. It was, I don't know, it was just a silly idea, but it ended up looking very, very pretty despite all of the failure that lies beneath it. And I since turned around the stables to make it make more sense with this farmhouse here. And obviously I wanted to do something kind of silly. I wanted to make it diagonal. I think it looks pretty good. You could tell that this thing, like, I did not want to deal with interior at all, because all the windows just have wool on the other side of them. It's just completely dark in here. It looks okay. Something you'll also find is that I don't really do a lot of interiors, but that's something that I'll hopefully change soon. Haha. And then we have their barn. This was a build that I was really, really excited to do, because this is actually the smartest barn. This is the best barn. The greatest barn design ever. The most high-tech barn. And let me show you. You go to this book, and you just select the animal that you want, in which case I want a llama. And then you press the button. It brings you the llama, and his name is Pud. And then you send it back. when this thing illuminates, then it's ready, and then we can grab a pig. Yay! And his name is Seaman. And then you can send it back. Like I said, dude, gadgets and gizmos. And this is one of my proudest ones. I'll show you my absolute proudest one in a bit. We'll get to it, and I'm definitely going to talk about it for a bit. But now we're talking about the barn. So this came from a design that, from when I was actually trying to make like a villager storage system, as you may have expected. And the idea was that you select the enchanted book that you want, and it would bring that villager to you. But I don't think villagers are really like finicky with like the way that they work with their workstations and the restocking and all that, and the day cycles and taking them away from their workstations and whatever. But I didn't want the design to go to waste because I was so proud of it at the time. So I decided to just make it into a barn. So the way that this works, also when it comes to gadgets, I'm going to try to explain the redstone the best I can. I might use words that are fancy or whatever. Man, I'll explain the redstone, and it'll totally make sense whenever I explain it. So obviously this one uses a red coder, and then it will illuminate a specific torch based on your selection. When you press the button, it'll just activate a single repeater, which will just send that particular guy out. So that makes sense. When you press the button, it'll activate the rail based on whatever you selected. So if you select, as you can see, we have this torch is on, so when you press the button, then it'll only send out the pillager. As you can see, we're selected on the pillager right now. And it'll send him down this track, and then he'll make it down, and then he'll fall, and then he'll end up right here in front of the hole, which also I made look blacked out from every angle. So it just looks like a door. When you send him back, you press this button, which, oh gosh, I'm yawning, man. Which then sends him up through this weird, funky looking rail thing, which will land him right here, and then these like caterpillar looking pistons will push them back down, and then it'll have them fall right back down into where they were. So actually, let's see this in action. So you're going to see when I press the button, only these will illuminate, and at the same time it opens up this slab at the very top. So that means that when he is sent back right here, it'll push him and it'll fall right through that hole back where he belongs. And then the machine is reset. Moving on, we have some silos. That was fun to build when the mud came out. Another more recent build. I love the look of the mud, by the way. One of my favorite new blocks. They've been on a roll with blocks added. Also, something I forgot to mention is that this world is stuck in 1.20 because I got tired of updating. So any other decorative blocks that are coming out, I mean, like the pale oak wood is beautiful. But man, I'm so sick of updating. I'm kind of tired of what Mojang's been doing, if I'm being honest. So I'm going to stay right here in 1.20 where I'm comfortable and where I know the game works, and so I don't have to keep reinstalling all of my mods over and over and over again and have all my resource packs be out of date every year. It's just such a pain. So obviously, the one island that I haven't mentioned is the giant ass tree right here. Oh, actually, no, that's not it. It's this one. So before we get to the tree, this island here is also a little bit more unique. You can see down here, it's a little bit of a different design. That's because this island was ripped straight from Skywars, because by day, I'm a humble survival Minecraft player. By night, I'm a Skywars PvPer. Except I'm kind of retired because, oh my god, it's so sweaty and nobody plays on Hypixel anymore. And on Insane mode, there's only like 10 people playing at a time, and 3 of them are 40 stars, and I can't compete. And so I'm kind of just done with that. But to pay homage to my other career as a Hypixel Skywars legend, I decided to rip one of their islands. This is from the map Plateau, I believe, one of my favorite maps. I love all the maps, but no, wait, hold on. No, I don't like all the maps. I like all the Bed Wars maps, but this is one of my favorite maps here. I took the island, and also all the chests have loot that was actually from a real game. This is like real chest loot with the enchanting table, and the poison potion, and the enchanted bottles, and all that. And all the ores and everything is still intact in here. This is really fun. And also I did another one of the farming things here with beetroot. Kind of forgot to mention that. But there it is. I just added in like the crops down below, like just the other day. So those are still growing in. I might have to AFK around here to like get those to grow in. Okay, so the big tree. I wanted a big centerpiece, you know, because I felt like this thing wouldn't look, this area of Melon Meadow wouldn't really look complete unless I had a big centerpiece. And what would that centerpiece be? I mean, like, this is like a farming community, so it makes sense to be something natural. So I decided to pick this thing. I did not design this again. You could see at one point in time I kind of got on a roll of using other people's designs. I try to cut back on using other people's designs, especially for decorative stuff, a little bit more, just because I want to get better at building. But if I'm being completely honest, I wouldn't have not have been able to build something this beautiful. I don't know who designed this, unfortunately. I know that it used to be a hell of a lot bigger, probably like 200, 100 blocks tall. I had to size it down with World Edit, but man, it just looks beautiful. I love it. And it's probably the second biggest island that I have, which says a lot about my main island. My main island's huge. And this is like pretty small compared to that, but yeah, this is it. Looking down here, we have what do we have? Oh, we have a couple of skeletons. Halloween skeletons. I try to keep these guys as best as I can every Halloween, but I missed a couple of years. And I think that just about does it for Melon Meadow. There's a couple of other nuanced details that are a little bit boring. We have, like, I have some glass up there to prevent ice from growing. As for plans for the future, I've been having this idea to have a dock, like a Santa Monica Pier style dock that goes off there or off of here or something like that. Except the Santa Monica Pier has like rides and like a Ferris wheel on it, and I kind of already have a Ferris wheel over there. So I don't know. I haven't really touched Melon Meadow in a while, but it's still going. Oh, it's ongoing, but I just think it looks really good. I'm very proud of myself for this one. Moving clockwise, we have this area, which is an area that I built in order to be kind of like a tranquil, again, another tranquil area. I even put a journal in here, which I will not open because there's actual real personal stuff listed in this journal. With a pond with coral in it. This is where I keep my sniffers. Yeah. Also these guys, which would collect the sniffer stuff. These guys are loud. Oh my gosh. It has like 3 islands with like a little dock, and the long one and a little short one with a hammock. Actually, interestingly, oh my gosh, dude. Pardon my yawning, seriously. So you remember I talked about that printer, right? So that printer was actually built directly below where this island is. And as you can see, this is totally not legit. This land here used to stretch out all the way. Oh my god, these guys keep falling down. Used to stretch out all the way around here. But when I was building my printer, I flattened out a big chunk of this land and it looked really ugly. And so instead of like putting the land back, I just destroyed it and then put water here. It looks a little bit unnatural. I kind of don't really care all that much. And then in its place above it, I put this thing here, and I think that this makes it look really great. This area down here has actually been like mangled to all hell. There used to be another area back in the early days where I decided like maybe I would put my farms down here. So you can see that all of this land down here used to be flat. And then, so because I only flattened out a portion of the land, there's this really harsh wall here that I replaced with mostly glass. And then I was going to have it so that in this hollowed out area, around here, which now has some holes in it, was going to be where I kept some farms. So we have like some melon farms. It looks like I've since harvested the pistons and stuff out of it for other projects, and also like a stone farm. Ooh. I'll get to that. Yeah, long abandoned. There's also some other abandoned typed areas that I'll show you. Lots of stuff, lots of abandoned type stuff to find. Lots of secrets to uncover in the Silk Acres. Moving on. This area over here is actually the newest, I think, newest-ish floating island area. And so it's still in a pretty early stage, but it's looking okay. So this is like the fantasy type area. And back a long time ago, and maybe even in my first world tour, I'm not sure, you can see that I went in with wool and I outlined all of these islands. And I had the idea to have, like I said, like with the like I did with the wheat farm here, this same kind of thing, except over here, where I have a whole, like, basically a whole area of land lifted up just in like little tiny chunks. I didn't know what I wanted to do with it at the time, so then this is what I ended up doing with it. This is a like I said, a fantasy style area where I have some flowers and some mushrooms, and every island has like a certain type of flower on it. And then I also have some big old mushrooms that you've probably been seeing in the distance. And I think that they look great. The stalks could look a little bit better, but that's okay. Also, they look a little bit funky up top. I had to make them like out of part glass so that they don't cast a giant ass shadow on everything below it. But the real star of the show are these fantasy style houses. And I'm proud to say that I actually did design these myself, and I think they look awesome. Super bright blocks, fun construction, like fun layouts. Only problem is that they totally don't have any interiors at all, and they're really tight on the inside. And they also use a whole lot of new blocks, but like the detail and everything, I'm really proud of these houses. Super happy with myself. So this one is kind of like blue and yellow, has like this blue and yellow roof. Also, it took a long time to get all this gold. This one has like the pink and like the dark burgundy type look. Pretty. And then this one's like, ouch, more like a dull muted type thing. But this area is far from done. I want to add in like insects and rainbows and type stuff. Also, there's all these trees here. I think I brought up a bunch of these trees because I wanted there to be like a separation between Melon Meadow and the fantasy area, which also is yet to be named. So hopefully by 40,000 days, I'll have a name for this world, or for this area over here. So yeah, I wish that there was a little bit more to say about the whole story of the construction, like how I did with Alderford and stuff. But it's very new. It was in the works for a long time, but I knew I wanted a fantasy area, and I knew I wanted to do something with it. So again, it's another pretty tranquil type area. Something that's a little bit unique is that the land actually flows with the land down here. Or maybe that's not true, actually. Maybe these are artificial, but like the you can see that like the islands actually like kind of follow each other. As in, like, when one island goes up, the other islands next to it also go up. So there's, like, these hills and valleys. It was supposed to be, like, you know Bliss? Like, the Windows XP wallpaper? I was kind of going for something like that. Like, these rolling hills that are really vibrant. Maybe could have used a different block besides grass to make it look even more vibrant. But I'm happy with the way that it turned out. And also we have this waterfall down here. Like a little... There's, like, a couple of these islands are just like ponds. I think that this looks really cool. You can see that it's like a part of this water here got brought up. Yeah, it looks really awesome. It's a little bit lifeless at the moment, but it's getting there. Okay, now to move on. Congratulations, you've made it to the most recent build in this world. The thing that I was doing just before I started recording this world tour. So a little bit ago I built this house here is actually not the most recent one, but something I was totally planning on saying at the very top of this world tour that I like totally forgot to say was that these past 30 or 10,000 days have been a little bit more rough, a little bit more sparse. I've done a lot less building, a whole lot of AFKing. So the difference between 20,000 days and 30,000 days is a whole lot less than the difference between 0 days and 10,000 days. So I don't actually have too many more new builds to show off in this world tour, but stay tuned because there's some cool stuff here. But I was going through over the course of the last 30,000 days, I was probably going through like the highest density of like life changes, you know, like graduation and all that and stuff. So I ended up spending a lot less time playing Minecraft. So when I would get on, I would have to, it would be hard for me to find the motivation to get on and play on my survival world because it's like such a high commitment type of game. You know, you have to, if you start a project, you have to start it. So there's a lot of like smaller type builds. Like I would consider this like a smaller build where like I got on and I just wanted to do something, and this is what I did. So it's a nice big luxury cabin. Again, this one actually does have an interior. Oh yeah. Could be a little bit better. Moving on. So the what I wanted to add next were these custom trees that I designed in Creative a long time ago that are like these autumn trees. So I guess the idea is that Melon Meadow and the fantasy area look very spring. So I want this area to look more fall. And something that's interesting about building in this type of biome is that when you go up to high altitudes, you need to be really mindful about snow. So there's string everywhere on this, and it's kind of a shame because it doesn't really look all that good. I would have used like moss carpet or something, but that would have changed the shade of green that the grass is. And you can see above every tree and where the rest of the trees are going to go, I've put a glass ceiling to prevent all the snow because it was really getting in the way. So yeah, there's that. Now let's move on to a more OG build down here. So actually one of my earliest builds, one of my earliest like okay, so let me tell you about this project over here that was actually like a really big step up. So when I was living in my island over here, my view over this end on the south end had this dark oak forest, and I hated it. I really don't like the look of dark oak forests. I think they're moody, and I can appreciate them more now, but at the time I was like, oh man, I was so sick of it. And so I burned it down. I burned down the whole thing, and then I removed all the trees, and then thinking that it would make it look a little bit better. But then the grass looks like poo-poo too, and you can actually see that like way over there at the edge of my render distance, there's like that super dark green type of grass, and I wasn't having it. I didn't want it. So I decided that I was going to do my very first biome conversion. And the way that I did that was I put slabs on every single block where there was grass, and then I went in and then burned all of those slabs and then replaced all of the grass and then just placed down some mycelium. Yeah, that was it. And then I made a mushroom biome, and there used to be mushrooms down there, but obviously the mushrooms got raised up into the air along with a couple other chunks of mushroom. I'm pretty sure like last world tour and maybe the world tour before this, I said that I wanted to put some like huts up and stuff, but right now it's just like these little flat islands with these like interconnecting these things. I think it looks pretty good. But this is definitely one of the earliest builds, period, and most certainly one of the earliest floating island builds. And remember how I said back when I was talking about the village over here that I was going to talk about one more instance of an old school village? Here it is. Okay, so now we have a build with some history. You ready for a little bit of a history lesson of this world? Right now it looks like just a bunch of floating islands with a couple of old, rotted, dilapidated houses. But back before this, try to paint a picture in your head. I actually had my very first floating island build technically was right above here because we had dark oak forest here, and then right in between it, in this area right here, was a little chunk of plains between also between this like mountain biome here. So what I did was I built a raised platform above this plains biome that was just a flat platform that was in the exact shape of this little chunk of biome. And then on that, I built a village. And it was probably only about this high up off of the ground. And that was one of the earliest builds in this world, but I've taken it down since because it was such an eyesore. But before I took it down, I built an exact mirror copy of that village down below it, directly below it, in the actual biome itself. And when I built it down there, I made it look all dilapidated like how it does up here. So the idea was that there was like dilapidated village and then a copy of it risen up above that was like maybe like the villagers like moved on. I don't know, use your imagination to make some lore there. But since I destroyed the very top part, all that existed was the bottom part. So then I needed to raise that up, and I did it here. So again, I'll say I don't really have like, this build doesn't fit like the greater lore with like the Wild West area and like the mushroom area and that. It's kind of just like weaseled in here. But it has a rich story and I can't get rid of it because it's like part of the history of this world. And also it was a ton of fun to make, to just make a I think the way I did it is I made the regular houses look normal, and then I came in with like TNT and blasted like real holes in them, and I would like repair those holes with like mossy cobblestone, and I added in the vines and boarded up the windows and stuff. Let's actually see, is there anything in the... Oh, there's no chest! Yeah. So that was fun. Anyway, that's that build. Here's the second most recent floating island area, which I was definitely in the world tour before this. This is the Wild West area, which is also unnamed. I don't think much has changed about this place in the last 10,000 days, unfortunately, because this was, for a long time, my top priority. It does have a pretty good story behind it, too. So you remember how I said I hate dark oak forests? So there was a giant dark oak forest here that I burnt down, and then I did a biome conversion or something kind of like it by turning everything into paths. And I did this back a long time ago, and I was just doing it for like shits and giggles. But then I ended up with this like really big patch of like dead grass, and it really gave me the vibe of like an old desert or like an old like California western town. So I thought it was perfect for making a western town, so I decided to roll with it. And then that's when I made this. Except the houses that I used to have up here were ripped straight from a murder mystery map on Hypixel. And after I built all the towns, I felt so dirty about not designing a single damn one of the western townhouses. So I went in and I destroyed everything, and then I rebuilt the houses again. But they were my designs. So here, what you see here are my designs. They're not as good as the Hypixel ones, but I like them a lot more because it's more personal. Apparently there's not really a whole lot of like information on how to like sculpt Wild West towns on the internet, so I was working with like limited like reference material, but I think it turned out pretty good. So we have like a saloon, which is like the centerpiece up here, which I think is really awesome. Again, no interiors. I'm sorry. Maybe the lesson that I should be taking from this is that I need to start building interiors more. We have a bank here, a hotel here, a sheriff's office. This is one of my favorites. I definitely took this straight from like some kind of like 3D model or something. Or, you know, like put my own spin on it, but it's like sheriff's office with like this like jail cell off the side of it, which I think is really cool. We got some like, you know, barrels and debris and stuff all around. I think it looks great. I'm really happy with the way it turned out. No regrets here. The train, however, is still ripped straight from that Hypixel map, because I think what I've learned is that when it comes to building stuff that are my design, it's like, if I'm capable of building it myself, then I should. And sometimes I get really lazy and I build stuff that aren't my design that I could be building that I'm just not. So I'm trying to be better about that. This train, I would not be able to build a train like this, man. I just do not have the same talent that the Hypixel builders have. But what was really fun is that this train is on this track here, and since we're up in the sky, it ends, and the what's this car called? The conductor car, the driver car, the one with the face on it, is just like hanging off the edge, and I think that it looks so awesome with like the smoke and everything. If we're lucky, I think that since my last world tour, I may have added in this water tower and also these telephone lines, which also establishes that in my world, electricity is canon. Over here, we have another more recent build. I almost think, like, was there red sand? No. I don't know where this red sand came from. There might be some kind of lore reason behind there being red sand here. But there is another... This was just a plains biome right here. So I didn't get rid of it with those shovels back in the day. But it was kind of encroaching on my western town. So I figured instead of like making it also path blocks, which would kind of like ruin the history story of like the path blocks replacing the whole dark oak forest, I decided to just like place slabs on this entire area and put in some dead trees and then burn all the slabs, you know. And then I also have some, you can see wherever the dirt is adjacent to grass, I have coarse dirt along the edge to prevent it from growing. I had a lot of issues with this, of like grass bleeding over into it. A mystery to me is that I don't know why I didn't build these trees up in the sky. That seems weird. So maybe I should do that next. And it'll be like, I could have like another Wild West town that's like all like burnt up and stuff. You know. So that's weird. It's strange of me to look back at past DigitPlayer building trees on the ground, knowing damn well that I'd have to move them up into the sky eventually. I don't spend a whole lot of time on the ground, as you might imagine. There's not really a whole lot to see down here. All of my stuff is up there. And just look at that view from down here. Wow. So as you can see, my elytra broke. Uh-oh. And so this might be a good opportunity to go over my ender chest, because we've also pretty much almost made it through all the home base floating islands. So in my ender chest, here's how I've decided to organize it. It's a little bit messy, but I have one beacon's worth of materials here, emeralds for powering it up, so I can make haste wherever I need to. I have my spare armor pieces because I don't really wear armor. I do wear this hat that I retextured. It's kind of part of my whole vibe. But I do keep the boots on because feather falling and depth strider and soul speed are all like super important for just getting around. So boots just have like so many enchantments packed onto them. They're so useful. So if there's one armor piece that I'm gonna keep on while omitting the others, I'm gonna keep on the boots. We also have some spare tools. We have my sword, my fortune pick, my hoe. We have a channeling trident, but then also a riptide trident. I also keep my books up here, so this is where I keep my tour guide, survival guide, and my book of floaty island ideas and project ideas. These two books are like the same thing. Also, a more recent thing that I added to my ender chest, as you can see, are Digit Special Speedy Long Johns. And like I said, I like to die a lot, and when I die, I lose my armor a lot, which isn't really that big of a deal because I can easily replace everything except for Swift Sneak, because I have to go a billion blocks out into the most dangerous structure and loot all those chests while dealing with the warden. It's not something that I want to do, so I have a very limited amount of Swift Sneak, and I decided to apply it to one piece of pants, and I gave it a special armor trim to make it look all fancy. And this is where I keep my Swift Sneak. So if I'm ever doing a build where it benefits me to be sneaking fast, which is like most like large scale builds, then I'll only wear them when I'm building. But I'll take them off whenever I have to do anything else. Now let's go over these boxes. We have, back when they added lodestones, I would actually use this compass, but I don't use it now. It almost seems like Oh, you know what? Okay, so in my nether, on my nether roof, well, once we get to the nether, you'll be able to see this. I used to have a lodestone next to um, every major destination that I would go to, but it was like all the major destinations I knew how to get to anyway. And also, did you see that they made lodestones like way cheaper? Isn't that ridiculous? I had to pay netherite for these. Kids these days. So I don't use this box very often. This is where I keep my beds, my high-tech night skipping devices. This is where I keep the other crap that doesn't fit in me. This is just like various other tools and armor that I've accumulated. What's in here? Okay. Some leads, I don't know. Also balls. Oh, some really old school tools in here. Also some Nautilus shells. It would be nice if there was like a flint and steel in here or something, but this is like, if there's ever a tool, like a more obscure tool that I need, then supposedly I'd have it in here. Like name tags or spyglasses or, I don't know, an anvil that's nice to kind of keep around. A punch 2 bow. Yeah. Let's see, this is where I keep my redstone box, which I just found like sitting in the end very recently. I don't know how often I'd use it, but this would be nice for like quick troubleshooting on my gadgets. This is where I keep my rockets. This is where I keep my spare totems of undying, which looks like a jiggy. My spare food and my my XP bottles. Okay. Now you're about to see me angry. Do you ever want to see DigitPlayer be angry? Back in a earlier version of 1.19, they made it so that the Sculk Catalyst, also known as the drop from the Warden, or the thing where like mobs die around it and makes all the skulk spread around it, those things used to give you a lot more XP when you mine them, which really wasn't that big of a deal because like you would only see a handful of them in your world if you ever like decided to go around the deep dark, which is really dangerous. But if you were a brave enough soul to make a warden farm in the deep dark with like a skulk shrieker and all that, then you'd be able to rack up a pretty good amount of these skulk catalysts, which then you would be able to place down and then break and get XP and repair your stuff, which was awesome. But then they made it so that the XP isn't worth as much. So now for mobile XP, I have to use enchanted bottles like a noob. And I'll show you how I get all of these bottles too. It's not an easy or pretty process, but it's really nice to keep mobile XP around if you ever need to do quick repairs, or nothing sucks more than when you break your elytra and there's just nothing you can do about it. You just have to walk like a weakling, like you're poor or something. Alright, moving on. So this is the Wild West area, yet to be named, also a work in progress. I think it's fun, not to sound like Etho here, but it's fun to have like unfinished projects all around, because then you always have like a new opportunity. You have options of stuff to go back to. So most of everything that you see in this world is technically in an unfinished state, or at least like at my home base over here. So Alderford, Melon Meadow, Lilyland, the fantasy area, this area, that area, everything is always subject to change, improvements, amendments, everything. But especially the fantasy area in this, although they look really good at where they're at right now, they could totally use some improvements. And also, I want to keep expanding. I'm also something that's really great about this particular home base is that there's always room for expansion. I'm always able to go out farther and farther and farther. As you can see, I mean, like the Wild West area is like pretty far out compared to like most other builds. And now there's a swamp over here, which I can add like a treehouse build or something. But anyway, let's talk about the steamboat here. I don't really remember why I built this. This is also a more recent build. I designed it myself. We have a bar in here. Yeah, I don't know why I built this. I guess I just found like an empty area of ocean, and I figured that this would be a good place to put a more like rustic style boat. I kind of get the idea that back in the south wing of my world, we got the more like rustic kind of stuff, like with the Wild West and the steampunk. But then as you go over here, everything looks like more defined and shinier with like the Melon Meadow and the Lily Land. Except that's just like the vibe that I get. You can also see another more recent build is I have some buoys that are like dotted around. You can tell that they're recent because I've yet to dig out the holes for them, and I've also yet to dig out the hole for that thing too, because it's kind of a different beast to do the hole for a water build, even though I've done a whole bunch of them. Well, actually, not that many of them. A lot of like this one in particular that has like the water bottom, it eventually goes down into like actual land. So who knows? I guess I've never really done a straight up like dug out the hole, but that's like purely in water. So that'll be a fun experience. Fun new experience. All right. So now that we've gone through most of the islands, I don't think that there's anything that I've missed so far in terms of islands. So let's do a quick scout, and then I'll talk about some other lore that you can find in the deeper, darker crevices of this home base. And then we'll start going into the Nether and checking out other facets of my world. So yeah, we got the fantasy, we got the Melon Meadow, we got that, all of these things. Yeah, okay. So my thoughts are a little bit scattered, but let's just see what we can find. I believe if we go down here, we can actually find the remnants of my very first slime farm. Can we? Oh my gosh, you can see all these gadgets. What? Oh my gosh. Okay, yeah, we'll go over what that is soon. Oh, here it is. Here's the slime farm. It's made out of pure obsidian. It looks like I went down and broke all of them. And filled them with water? I don't remember doing this. That's a lot of obsidian sitting there. So that's one thing. You can see that in this world, there's a lot of stuff that's been covered up, removed, gone through different phases. It looks like back in the day I used to place down these pyramids here and write down, let's see what past DigitPlayer's said should go right here. Huh. That past DigitPlayer is a more cryptic one, huh? There's another pyramid here. I know that over here, one of my favorite things to show people when I'm going about my world is right around here. Because back in the day, this area was... I would frequent this area a lot more because there was my island right there. And then right next to my island was this area here. So again, there used to be a library here where I would do villager trades, but then also I needed to do villager breeding. So I was highly inspired by PewDiePie's Minecraft world, and I think I had a love hole like down here. Let's see if I could get in there. Yeah, where like something about like villagers would breed and then their babies would drop down like through some kind of hole, and then they would come down here, and then I would send a minecart up here and collect them when I needed them. There's a whole bunch of like covered up stuff around here, and like redstone. Like, what did this used to do? Just took a signal down and... Oh, yeah. Oh, okay, yeah, so let's talk about that. So, if we go over here, again, a lot of stuff about villager storage. Most covered up builds are about villager storage. Down here, which I think is where we just were, yeah. This was an idea for a design that was like a individual cell for villagers. So in each one of these cells there would be an individual villager, and then I would press a button and send down a minecart, and it would bring me back the most recent villager that was in the system. Oh, you can see that we still have some guys in here. I've came in here and I've like since like taken a ton of the redstone off of these cells, but this thing went really far. And I guess I didn't even realize what direction I was going in, because I went all the way over to like spawn when I was building this, which is super interesting. Also, like a kind of like really dumb idea. I don't know like why I would store the villagers in individual cells when I could have just stored them in like one singular, like 24 of them in one cell, and that would have been a much easier, more efficient way of doing it. But now that I've talked about this way of storing villagers, here's another way that I had. And it is such a shame that this idea didn't work out. But here we have a bar, a nice old school style bar that was deep underground. And I had the idea of having a bunch of mingling villagers chilling around in this bar. And then when I wanted a villager, I would press a button somewhere that would send up this... it would send up Sam Malone here, and I think that he's still on a double piston extender that works, and it would scare all the villagers. The idea was that it would scare all the villagers off to the sides, so they were chilling around here, and then the zombie would come up and they'd be like, ah, and then you could send a minecart in to like go around and pick up one of the villagers and then extract them and bring them out. But obviously that didn't go anywhere. And then once I decided to move on to this idea of the individual villager cells, that also, I guess I built through the whole bar. So this is a super lost relic in my world that I don't get to see, but I love to return to every now and then because I really like the bar build. So that's something I was itching to get to. I guess I'll show you another thing that is kind of buried deep underground. If you like free cam down underground here, oh, what's this? Ouch. Random boxes. So, I guess I wanted to make it so that if I ever died at night and I respawned down here. Oh yeah, also something that's worth mentioning. Like I said, so you spawn in up here, and you can actually like walk all the way around. And if you have an ender pearl, I think there might be a way to get ender pearls. You can spawn in here and walk all the way around the platform and then ender pearl back to the main island. But if you didn't have ender pearls, then you can spawn in here and drop down here, and then everything on this lower section is slime. And then I had an idea where instead of walking over like the dangerous grass back to the island, it would take you over here to this really pretty looking grasslands looking area, and you step right here and oh, no repeaters. I guess I needed some repeaters. It hands-free sends you back over to the island, which is where I actually get to show you a more historical part of my world over here. As you can see, it's super consistent. But then you come up out of the staircase here, and then this is where you, if you're stuck on the ground, this is how you get back up on top of the island. It's not the best solution, but I'll show it to you. You press this button, and we have another gadget down here that does all that, and then check this out. And then it sends down an elytra and 2 flight duration 3 rockets. So you put those on, and then you use those rockets to get back up, and then you return the elytra back to this hopper, and then you're good. So let's show you that gadget. Let me break it down for you. Okay, so I'm sure you might have been able to tell how this works just by the sound alone. But you give it a signal, and what it does is it spawns in a whole bunch of TNT, and I haven't run out of TNT yet, fortunately. And then all the TNT flow along here and then stop right here. Meanwhile, there's this dispenser which is shooting a bunch of arrows into the top part of this stair, and then it's timed so that the piston pulls back, and then the arrows are free floating for a second, and then the TNT explodes and it shoots them all up straight up. And with all of those arrows, at least one of them is bound to hit that target block right there, which then it causes everything else to drop down. Speaking of this area, look at this thing. This is actually one of the very first things I ever did in this world was establishing an area where I mine. So this was my mine shaft. I've repurposed it into this thing, which I also don't use anymore. And there's so many zombies. Oh my gosh, look at all the open space around here. There's so much stuff down here that I've like broken out and abandoned and stuff like that. Anyway, if we go down here, what used to be like a network of strip mines eventually turned into haste 2 mining with a beacon, which is the best way to mine early game. If you ever were wondering, you just make a haste 2 beacon and you just like go nuts at Y11 and you'll find so much stuff. It's super fun, and you end up making these like really wide open areas. And I did this all over my world for a little bit when I was like getting addicted to like getting diamonds and stuff. But I'm sure we can actually find some of my super old strip mines. Let's see, yeah, like down here. Oh yeah, look at all these strip mines. Back in the day, back way long ago, many years ago. And then how do I get out of here? Moving on. In terms of like old abandoned stuff, I think that might be it. I want to say. I'm sure that there's stuff going on under the floorboards of my world that I'm still like completely unaware of. All right. And with that, let's move on. Oh, wait, hold on. I forgot to talk about my storage system. That's incredibly important. That should have been one of the first things I talked about. Also, the ship. Man, if I were like a viewer of this and you weren't talking about the ship, I'd be like, dude, tell me about the ship. Okay. So, history lesson of my storage system. Obviously, when I first made this world, I just had everything stored in chests. But eventually you got to upgrade from that, right? So I decided to make a build. And this was also back in the stage when I was still on the ground. And I was like ready to make my first storage system. It was also when I was just building like random builds, like the villager and the mumbo and the lighthouse. So down there, right here, you can actually see the outline of where it used to be. Down here, I built a treasure chest, and it had this. I think you could see this in my my first world tour, but it was a treasure chest with this open top, and you go inside of the giant treasure chest, and then it had all of my items inside of it. And then the treasure chest kept going down and down and down, and it went all the way down to bedrock. But there wasn't enough space for me to store every single item, and I also didn't sort my items like or decide like how they were. Like there's no like meaningful way for like the way that the items were ordered in the storage system. So it was a very like primitive old school one. And then eventually the treasure chest had to get raised up, but the guts of the whole thing was like still down there. But obviously there came a time when I needed to make a change. But the big issue was that I had nowhere to put one. That was until 1.18 come out. And I was hoping that it would give me an opportunity to dig lower below, because like I said, the guts of the treasure chest went all the way down to bedrock. And I was hoping maybe it would let me go lower, or maybe if I got really lucky, then I'd have a cave generate directly below me where that was big enough for me to build a storage system in. And fortunately there was. But before we get to that, let me talk about the ship. So once I eventually built my new storage system, I needed to put something in its place. So I got rid of the treasure chest because it didn't fit in. And then I knew I wanted to build a ship. Notoriously, pirate ships are something that DigitPlayer cannot build. I just suck at it. So this design is not mine. Don't know who made it. It came from like some Planet Minecraft, the thingamaroo. And actually, let's go take a look at it. this thing was decked out, and actually, fun fact, in the middle of me constructing this, the time passed over to midnight November 1st, and No Wings November started. So I had to build the upper half of this without wings. But this thing is, whoever designed this is, thank you for letting me steal it. I don't know if you let me steal it, but I'm sure I'm glad I did, because this thing is packed with details. I mean, like even I can like walk through it and like discover it. We have like a back room, maybe like a captain's quarters with like a desk, like that's super cool. Like a table to do stuff, other pirate, lots of stuff that I don't understand, because I'm not a ship guy. Let's see. All right, let's go downstairs. Let's see what's through these doors. Looks like a maintenance area. Okay, yeah. So if we go down here, then we make it to where all the cannons are, which is awesome, because violence is fucking cool. Go through here, it looks like more like front, well, I don't know, bow, the starboard maintenance. Oh, there are some doors over there. Let's see what's going on over there. Yeah. And we go down further, and I guess these are, oh, more cannons. I wasn't expecting more cannons. Sleeping quarters, I guess we got storage and sleeping stuff. Like, seriously, like, whoever made this, it's crazy. It's way beyond something I'd ever be able to make, especially from like an interior decorating standpoint. I think that especially like interior decoration is just like an absolute art that players like B00-100 are just like insane at, and I take like huge inspiration from them. Yeah, looks like we got all the bunks for the crew, and then I guess we got fancier bunks back here for the cool crew. like me of course. That she's surely there's something to see up here. Like tables and stuff. I bet this would have been like a pretty uncomfortable but chill place to be. Pretty chill place to have scurvy. And then down here just seems to be like more storage and also some treasure. Yay. Yeah. And alright, I think that's it. I think that's the very bottom floor. So like this whole ship is like a whole like giant build in and of itself. Great respect. I love it. It's one of my favorite things to look at. It's a shame that I wasn't able to make. I'm like totally incapable of making a ship that's like this pretty. Because it is a shame that one of the nicest looking builds that are like right off of my island is something that I didn't make. But I mean, I can't even complain. I can't even complain. And then we have some smaller ships to kind of make like a little fleet. So we have this ship, which also has some interior. Looks like it has. This is so cool. Like the idea of I would love to be like a humble ship captain who's writing down my journal right here on my boat. We got some cannons and stuff, and then some bunks for the crew. Nice and chill. And then we have this ship here, which also has an interior, if I'm not mistaken. Does it? Oh yeah. Well, it's not as spacious as the other ones, but it's pretty good. Yeah, you got some chairs right there. And then this one, this ship, I think I said this last time, the ship kind of bothers me because the sail is raised, which I think means it's not moving. And also it kind of looks like it's like a Nordic style boat. Sorry, I don't know my boat history, but I have a gut feeling that this particular boat was made by a different country than the same people that made like these kinds of boats. Or maybe they're all from like different like country type of construction. I don't know if they should be a part of the same fleet, but they're all a part of my world. They all belong here. I can't move them. It's like how I place down a lantern, and I don't know why there's a lantern here, But now I can't get rid of it because it's just part of my world. And at that, I think that's the whole overworld. All right. Yeah. All right. Okay. Time to move on. How about we consult the book? Home Island, History and Gadgets, Lighthouse. I guess I forgot that I didn't really talk about this gadget here that much, so let's look at it. I don't exactly fully remember how it works, but I think the idea is that you can suck a minecart through a block if it's sitting on a soul sand block. And so if it's not on a full block, then if you put a rail below it, then it'll then the minecart will get sucked down below it. So I think that you sit in the minecart and then it sucks the minecart down and then kicks you out and then you fall through a hole. And that's the principle behind it. Yeah. The storage system. Oh my god. What is wrong with me? Okay, yeah, let's look at the storage system. Okay, so like I said, I was lucky enough to have a cave generate below me where I could finally put in my new storage system. So let's take a look, shall we? So the way we get down here is that you put a ender pearl here, and then you stand on this thing, and then it drops you down, and then you drop through everything down here and land safely right here. Because there's apparently if you take powder snow and put a carpet on it, you can drop on it and be safe, which is the best way to prevent fall damage in like a survival world like this. So much nicer than like water or slime or like a hay bale or like but before this I used to like take a chest and put water, like waterlog the chest, but this is so nice. Okay, so here's our storage system. And so back in the day when I was theorizing about how I was going to make my new storage system, I always said that I wanted to make it organized like how the creative menu was organized, because that was an order of items that I was familiar with, and you could also separate it into different sections based on the tabs. So each level of the storage system would be like the building blocks, then the decoration blocks, then the transportation, then the redstone, and it would be sorted like that. But then they changed the way that the creative menu was ordered. And also I realized that every time there's a new update, they shove the new blocks inside, like they don't just like add them to the end of the list, you know? So it's like, how do I make a system that's sorted in a reasonable way, in a way that makes sense, but then also allows me to plan for the future? And so I came up with adding items based on when they were added to the game, which works out really well, especially for me, because I can be a real nerd about when certain blocks and certain items were added to this game. So we have it separated up into pre-classic, classic, alpha, beta, 1.0, and then we got 1.1, 1.2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and then 15, 16, 17. Oh, what comes after? Oh, guess what? No 18, because they didn't add any blocks in 1.18, 1.19, and 1.20, which I forgot to add the banners for. And you might have noticed that each of the updates has its own special floor, because I needed to decide what the floor was made out of, so I decided that it would be another way to determine which version you're in. So every floor is made out of one of the most important blocks from that update, with a couple of exceptions. So we have stone, or just like a block that I feel like really defined that update. Like, what was 1.8 all about? What made 1.8 cool? It was all the prismarine and stuff. So that's it. So we got pre-classic is like stone, because that's all it had, and then classic had bricks. Bricks were such an OG old school Minecraft thing. People don't really think about bricks anymore, just like the standard bricks, but they're such a nice block. I like to use them like whenever I can. I really appreciate them. Alpha added the crafting table. Beta added... Do I just have wood? Well, I guess oak wood was added well before beta, but there was no floorable block. And also no block that they added in beta was like, you don't really like see clay and think like, oh, beta, or like pumpkins, or I guess it was the nether update. I don't know why I didn't do, I guess I just wanted to make it look more old school. Whatever, I said there were exceptions. In 1.0 I did sandstone. In 1.1 I did mycelium because they added the mushroom biomes. 1.2 had the chiseled stone bricks. 1.3 added villagers and trading, so that has the emeralds. 1.4 actually didn't add any solid blocks at all. It added a lot of useful stuff like walls and anvils and item frames and all that kind of cool stuff. So I had to compromise and just use mossy stone bricks because it made me think of the walls. Moving on, 1.5 was the redstone update, so obviously that's quartz. It also added the quartz, but like quartz just makes you think of like new age fancy redstone. 1.6 added all the clay blocks at the time, so that was pretty obvious. 1.7 added acacia biomes and also dark oak biomes and all the stained glass, but definitely makes me think of acacia biomes. I already mentioned 1.8. 1.9 was definitely purple. 1.10, 1.11, 1.12 or no, 1.10 and 1.11 were tough because they didn't do anything. So 1.10 only added the bone blocks, magma blocks, netherwort, and red nether bricks. So I guess I decided to go with the red nether bricks. The only block that I even could have used in 1.11 was the shulker boxes, so that was funny. I didn't want to use purple because I just used purple, like purple looking purple over here, so I guess I used white. 1.12 was the World of Color update. That was a no-brainer. Obviously use a glazed terracotta. 1.13 was the kelp, makes sense, and then the most decorative and nicest block from 1.14 was the barrel, and then 1.15 was the honeycombs. 1.16 added all the nether blocks, so I had a lot of blocks to choose from, but my favorite one was the warped one. 1.17 added all the cave stuff. I felt like the thing that felt most synonymous with caving and also was very pretty was the amethyst. 1.19 added the skulk, so that was a no-brainer. And 1.20 also added a couple of new woods, but I decided to go with the bamboo just because it had the chiseled thing. Is that chiseled bamboo or mosaic bamboo or something? Oh, whatever it was, I wanted an excuse to use that. And I said, and also we drop in on this like viewing platform here where we can decide which one we want to go to, and then we run in and we can grab all of the items from this time, where I have my universal storage for everything. And the way that I actually input stuff in is there's a chest above right where we drop in, where there's the trapdoor to drop in. You put stuff into that chest and it'll drop it down, and it all drops in through a hole down onto this hopper here. You can see, oh yeah, it drops in through this hole and then everything goes to this hopper right here. I also have a secondary input of a chest right there. Also, there's another way to input items in, but I'll get to that in just a second. Let me show you real quick over here. So what about when I'm doing No Wings November? I said I wanted everything to be No Wings compatible. So what I ended up doing was adding in this little gizmo over here, which I really like. So you go up here to the very top, and then on the book, I really like the book selection stuff. You select which level that you want to go to. So say you want to see the first, like go to 1.8 to 1.13. You select it, you drop in, and then that's exactly where you are. So the way that this works out is with, or the way that this machine works is with redstone signal strength. And basically, if you maintain the same signal strength, make it drop off by 1 by every layer, which ends up being a lot more redstone and a lot more comparators than I anticipated. then you could do this thing, which the way that this works is that it does the thing with the powder snow and the carpet, where the dispenser dispenses out a part of powder snow or sucks it back in at the same time that it pushes out one of the carpets. And as you can see, as I flip through the book, you'll be able to see off to the side over here, as I go forward, and then I can go back and then they'll close up. Yeah. And there's a note block too. Oh, look at all the note blocks make sound. And also, while we're in this cave, let's take a look around and let's see if there's anything else to see. When I was first building the storage system, I had a different design that had me dig into here. So now there's just this big dugout rectangle in here, which is kind of ugly. That's okay. Over here, if I maneuver through the caves correctly, then I can find my automatic amethyst farm right here, which, like, there's no way to make these things look pretty at all, but at least there's a way to automate them. So if I ever need amethyst, this is where I get them. It's very slow. Not a great way to get amethyst at all. Tons of hoppers, super laggy. Not a big fan. Let's see. I have plans, or I used to have plans to do something in this cave a long time ago, like a cave village or cave like commune, but I haven't done that so far, and I'm not really sure how well that would work out with the storage system being here. Okay, but now you're asking me, but DigitPlayer, what if I want to go back up? Well, you remember that ender pearl that we put in? You just press the button, and then we're good. That was actually kind of scary. Okay, so the way that this works, and I'm really proud of this, or I'm really happy about this, is one of my favorite gizmos of all time. I had to think about this a lot, where if I'm putting my storage system underground, you know, if I live on the surface like a normal person, then it's not really that big of a deal to work out how you get back up to the surface. So how do I get back up to a floating island without having all this infrastructure connecting the ground to the floating island and looking all ugly and stuff? So the way that I worked out how to do it ended up being kind of clunky, but it ended up working. So we have this ender pearl stasis chamber right here, and you drop down here, and as you can see, the button, the return button over here, is connected up to a set of instant repeaters that leads up to this bubble column, which is right below the tent up here. And that's why it was really important that when I moved the library, the spruce library, from here to over there, and all of these buildings over here, I needed to I needed to have another excuse to have another thing, like a tent or just like some random build right here, because I need an island here to make this bubble column here make sense. So this observer will detect the change in the bubble column, and then we'll send a pulse to this dispenser right here, which then drops an item through this tripwire hook, which this is like the max length that a tripwire hook can be, sends a signal to this block here, which then goes through all these other instant repeaters all the way back right here, back to where my ender pearl is. So all this like snaky redstone stuff happens, where it sends a signal all the way up here and then all the way over here, and then the only way that I could figure out how to get a redstone signal from one island to another, like consistently and without looking ugly, or just using like straight like lines, because I don't want any of the islands to have like straight connecting lines from one island to the other, was a tripwire hook, and it actually ends up working out pretty well, and it's pretty fast. It's decently fast. I can't complain about that speed at all, considering everything that's happens between when I press that button and now. But every now and then I have to refill this dispenser with iron nuggets. Oh, I guess that's where I keep them. Alright, Finally, I should have talked about that storage system like first thing. I don't know why it took me so long. And we're 2 hours into this tour, and we haven't even left the home base. There's so much left to see. All right, let's keep this train going, shall we? Zombie, mushrooms, floating village, ships, rivers, farmland, windmill stables, barn, pond, Skywars Island, Mumbo, land outlines. Those are done. Tropical islands, nether. Okay, let's go into the nether. If you saw the last world tour, then this shouldn't look much different than how it used to, but there's a few key differences. Oh, hi. Okay, so we're back in this nether fishbowl. So back, history lesson. So back before I had this build as my nether build, I had a carbon copy of my island, but it was in the nether, and it was made out of netherrack and like crimson stuff, and it had like nether trees. And it wasn't really that good looking. It wasn't really that expandable. It was cool. It was also one of the first major builds I did. It was definitely the biggest build that I was able to do without using Lightmatica. And like, man, it was a massive pain. Unfortunately, I had to say goodbye to that, and instead I decided to have this fishbowl as my main nether build, because everybody's going to have like a main nether build, like nether hub at their nether. So this is mine. This is very much a work in progress. The only thing that's changed since the last world tour is now we have the addition of this guy, but we'll go over everything. So if we look at it from the outside, we can see it is straight up like a fishbowl, where it has like the top with like a lip on it around here, and it has all this like gravel down here below. This ground was actually super fun to make. I didn't use Lightmatica to make any of it, just randomly placing blocks that were all blue and stuff like that. And obviously, since we're in the nether, I want it to look like the nether, so it's like a nether fishbowl. And we have all these like fishbowl ornaments, like we have Squidward head here, which I'll talk about in a second. We have this is where like a rock with an anchor in it where my portal is. We have this clam with some bubbles coming out. We have this big statue of a dude with like a harpoon gun, of like a deep sea diver with a harpoon gun. I did download this model, or I downloaded a 3D model, and then I used a voxelizer to convert it into Minecraft cubes, and I think it turned out really good. It looks great. So you want to take a wild guess as to what this yellow submarine is? It's for villager storage, of course. A horse is a horse. So down here, this is where I'm storing my villagers now. It's not super pretty in here. I did download this yellow submarine off the internet. Also, another downloaded build. This is where I store all of my... This is where I get all of my enchanted book trays, all here. So once I moved them from those library buildings out here, then it reduced the lag in my world. And now this is where I go for trades. But I do have a couple of other areas. Like I said, I have that one village with the farmer statue is where I get my golden carrots from. And then also, I forgot to mention it, but I get my armor and tools from villagers that are in Alderford. Totally forgot to show you that. My bad. And then this is where I store the rest of my guys. So this is purely for villager storage. I went through a period of time when I really wanted to improve the wool farm that I had, so I was like making a whole bunch of Unbreaking 3 shears. That was really hard and took a long time. I've abandoned that. You can see all the anvils I had. Okay, but let's talk a little bit about what makes these ornaments special. So this is actually the activation for my hostile mob switch, which is something that I totally haven't mentioned that I have. Okay, so what is a hostile mob switch? You should know this, by the way, but I guess I'll explain it. A hostile mob switch is basically take the principle of the fact that the game spawns in 70 hostile mobs no matter where you are. It'll always try to. So like even when you're walking around in the day it's going to try to fill up the caves below you with hostile mobs so that they're ready for if you ever go mining. And as you walk around, they'll despawn as they get far away from you, and then the game will try to spawn in more, but also always try to have 70 hostile mobs. And once there are 70 hostile mobs, then it'll stop spawning them. So this might make you go, does that mean I can take 70 zombies, put them in a box, and then mobs won't spawn anymore? It'll be like peaceful mode? Yeah. But no. Because then there's the issue of like, well, what if you walk away? Then the zombies will despawn. It's like, okay, well, why can't I just name tag them and then they won't despawn? Well, named mobs don't contribute to the mob cap. So you need a unique mob which contributes to the mob cap but doesn't actually that contributes to the mob cap but doesn't despawn even when you're far away. And you're probably like, well, DigitPlayer, there's nothing like that. There's no mob. Yes, there is. There's a couple. Idiot. Don't talk back to me. Oh, it's raining. Okay, so your options for a mob switch, if I'm not mistaken, are Elder Guardians, Shulkers, Withers, and that's it. Or at least that was it for a while. And at the time, it kind of made a mob switch like a really big deal because, like, you know, like the Withers are probably the easiest one to get, but then you have to store them all in like one spot without them like causing a ruckus. Shulkers might be a little bit easier, but you have to like get each of them individually from end cities, and you have to get 70 of them or more if you want to be safe. And the Elder Guardians is just like crazy. I don't know why anyone would do that. But then they made a change eventually, which then made it so that if you take a villager and then trade with it, and then it gets killed, it gets zombified by a zombie, then it'll fit the criteria for a mob switch. So if we go over here in this direction, you'll see a trail of snow. Firstly, you'll see a trail of these things, which don't mind these. I'll explain that in a second. Actually, you'll see a trail of these chunk loaders down here, and these chunk loaders are crucial for this mob switch. If we go over here, you can see I have a couple of cells where I keep a whole bunch of zombie villagers all in here. And they're very loud. Now, I have like pistons and stuff here because I used to have a different system for how I kept them. I used to be able to activate the mob switch. Basically, what I do, the jumbled thoughts. All of these zombie villagers stay right there, and then so long as this chunk loader and all the other lines of chunk loaders keep them loaded, then the game thinks that there's too many mobs and it won't spawn anymore. And then the best part about a mob switch is that you can decide whether or not it's on, and one of the methods for doing that is you could take all the mobs and you can push them out of the loaded chunks. So actually all these zombies you can see are sitting right on the edge of the loaded chunks. And I used to have a way of like pushing them over onto the unloaded chunks. But one time I did that, I pulled the lever and it pooped them all out, and it was like a huge pain. It was really bad. So now the way that I do it is I just deactivate all of these chunk loaders. And how do I deactivate all these chunk loaders? Well, if you were paying attention, you would know it was from the Squidward house over in the Nether. So now let's go all the way back. And while I'm going back, I'll explain that I used to have a witch hut over here. That's what that little hole in the ground is, like a witch farm. And I decided to come up with this like really silly way of like getting over there by using a channeling trident where I aim it at the target block and it'll jump me over to the next one, and then I can do that all the way down. I cannot believe I put the time in to build it. This probably took me like a good day to do all this, but I've never used it. And also, while I'm here, let me show you this thing. Sucks that I'm talking about this right while I'm talking about the mob switch, which like mob switches I'm like super passionate about talking about because they're so fun to talk about. But I'm also super passionate about talking about this thing. This is something that me and a friend of mine and another friend of mine, we invented together. Okay, nobody else did this. I'm sure somebody else did this, but we made this. Okay, and it's cool and it's awesome. So let me show you. The basic idea is that, and I'm not sure if I'll be able to demonstrate it for you, so you're just gonna have to trust me, bro. What you do is you turn on this clock here, and then the pistons start doing that really loud, and then you place a sand on there, and then you take an ender pearl and you put it right here in this chamber. And then what you can do is also make sure that you build this in the spawn chunks. So right here, this is right on the edge of the spawn chunks because I wanted to keep this machine far away. Basically, no matter where you go in the world, that machine is going to be constantly going. But you can see that the sand looks kind of buggy on top of those pistons. So because of that, if you were to unload these chunks and then reload them, and the only way that you could really do that is by exiting the world, then the sand will pop off, and then it'll activate the stasis chamber, and then you'll spawn right back in here. So basically, this machine is a method of making a stasis chamber that you can remotely activate from anywhere in your world just by leaving the world and going back into it. Which I've seen a lot of methods of people talking about different ways to teleport back to a certain location from anywhere in your world. Some of them use like wolves. Other ones use like, I don't know, like you look in a particular direction and it does a thing with like the breeze things. But like, I swear, nothing is better than leaving the world. And we made this. There's a Reddit post about it if you could find it. And it got no attention. We haven't really found a way of like telling people that or getting the word out of like how awesome this machine. And you can see it's like so small. But like if you ever want to go out on like a really long expedition, or you're going out to a farm that's like really far away and you don't want to have to make the trip back, then use that thing, dude, and you could just teleport back. So about the mob switch, as I was saying, boy, I've been saying a lot of words over the past couple hours, huh? If we go over to the Squidward head over here, you can see the thumbs up is pointed to yes, which means that the mob switch is active. But if you switch it to no, then it'll basically, those are all those chunk loaders over there correspond with all the chunk loaders that you saw from here all the way over to the witch hut area that we were just at. And what I basically did was I just turned off all the chunk loaders, so now all those chunks are going to despawn, and now the game doesn't recognize that all of those zombie villagers are there anymore. So now if we start going into some dark areas, you can see mobs are spawning again. These guys were not spawning before, which is super cool and actually incredibly useful. One of the best things ever. I know mob switches can be a bit of like a more controversial type build, but I highly endorse them. They're awesome. Such a fun build, super simple. It's a really, really fun way to like understand like Minecraft game mechanics a little bit better. And it makes doing like long-term builds way easier. So you can see, yeah. And the way that this machine works is I have it set so that when the thumb is rotated down, you get a output. When the thumb is rotated a certain way or up, you do get an output, and when it's down, you don't get an output, which is actually more complicated than you think, because like when it comes to an item frame with a comparator coming out at the back, there's 8 possible redstone signal strengths that you can have. But with a map, you can only rotate it 4 ways, but the game still registers it as it being rotated 8 ways, if that makes sense. So you basically have to make it so that every other, or like every 2 rotations registers an output. I don't really remember how I did it, but I guess I did do it, and it doesn't really look all that complicated either. So that's good. And what this does is it sends a signal down here into the bottom of the fishbowl, down into the nether, through some instant repeaters, and then over here, and then up through another hole where it sends a signal all the way up with these like honey things. Yeah, and then all the way up here. You can actually see on the outside of the fishbowl over here that there is the original, that there's a evil Mumbo head. So just like the Mumbo head that we have in the overworld, here's like the evil version of it. This is actually canon in Banjo-Tooie. You can find this in Witchy World. This used to be where I controlled it. There was a same thing here. I don't know if the redstone still can. No, but you can actually see how the redstone works. Let's see. Okay, so that's redstone strength 1. It's yes output. 2 is yes output. 3 is no output. 4 is no output. 5 is yes output. And then I guess it's all pretty simple. Okay. So now that we're in the Nether, let's look around the Nether. And the Nether is mostly just a hub from getting from one place to another. So before we start talking about all the places that the Nether can take me, let's just briefly go over everything that we can see here. So we have a basalt farm right here, which you need to make in the Nether because the lava flows faster. Here we have my gold farm. This is one of the first major farms that we're talking about. This is a Nembomb design for gold. This is usually where I get most of my XP too. So down here, you can, boy that's loud, you can punch this and get XP, or you can stand up here at the top and they'll just like drop down and die. Over here, this is a design that I made with a friend for a piglin bartering system. It is completely overcomplicated, but I think it's absolutely hilarious. Here, so let me try to explain how this machine works up here. A lot of these farms, I'm not going to activate them because they can be kind of a pain to start up and shut down. So this how it works is you go into the chest boat, you input your gold ingots, and then each of these, I think 32 piglin will look at the ingot and then throw out their item, which then gets sucked up by the hopper beneath them and then spat out onto this ender chest, where then all of these pistons will pulse and then push them down, and all of the piglin traits will end up on this channel here, where we have a flying machine which will sweep all of the items down, where they then get sorted down here, which is actually pretty simple, but it ended up being a giant build and way overcomplicated. Over here you can see that I have like a pretty much identical version of the same thing. So let's go take a look at this. So this is another piglin farm, but the purpose of this is that as I stand right here and the farm works, and I turn the farm on, a bunch of hopper minecarts will come and pick up all the gold nuggets and send them up here onto me and drop the gold nuggets down, where I'm sitting here on a crafting table and then dropping down ingots. It's basically an AFK piglin bartering machine. It drops all the ingots down onto these guys here, and then drops them down and then sorts it out, and then this is the main way that I get all my quartz. Because, as you know, it's incredibly important to be able to get lots of quartz for observers and comparators. So many comparators. All the redstone things that we need to make in this world. Okay. Up here, this is a more special build and actually a really important build. So in a project that we're going to be looking at soon, I had the predicament of needing a lot of dirt, and you cannot farm dirt, or at least not easily, and at the time there was no way of using the azalea bushes because those didn't exist. So the way that you had to do it was to farm gravel via piglin trading, or if you're like me, just using nether or end portal duping, and then mix that with dirt, and then it doubles your dirt, but it turns it into coarse dirt. And then you need to convert all that coarse dirt back into dirt. And then that's what this machine is. So this giant looking piglin farm machine that you see up here is for just getting more dirt, which is so silly. But this is how I do my dirt conversion now. The way it works is that you stand there. I'm not going to because it's so loud. Oh my gosh. You stand there in the middle, and then you place down the dirt with your main hand, and then shovel the dirt with your offhand. No, swap that. You place down the dirt with your offhand and shovel the dirt and turn it into a path block, turning the coarse dirt back into regular dirt. And then it'll push that all into a block and then recollect it. But then meanwhile, your shovel is breaking because you're using it so much. So that's what the piglins are for, and why we had to make it in the nether, so that it can give you an XP supply that's enough to prevent your shovel from breaking. Moving on. Here we have... this is actually the entrance into the build that all the dirt was for. This is the house from Revenge, which is really funny. If you come in here and you drop down into this fireplace, then it'll take you down to the portal. Yeah. Did I used I used arrows and a that's funny. I guess I was working with it really tightly with all the bedrock. You may notice that a lot of I'm not taking you into any of the destinations, or there's no portals for me to take you into, because back in the day, or like back in the last world tour, I had to spawn in at the fishbowl and then exit out through one of these holes and then go over to the portal that was at the destination I wanted it to go. So there was no smooth way of getting from one place to another. But fortunately, since then, one of the biggest projects that I've done between 20,000 days and 30,000 days is work on a nether network. And I'll show that to you in a second as soon as we're done with going over everything around here. You can see actually there's tons of portals, and all of these portals are still functional, but they're the less cool way of getting down into them. But just to keep it brief, this one takes you to the nether. Frankly, I actually don't know where most of these portals go. I know that one takes you into, that one takes you to the end. I guess I've forgotten where most of these go. We'll go over it. This really long piston bolt here actually takes you to my witch farm, which I guess we'll pay a visit to real quick. This part of the world is fun, but I guess the point of world tour is to show you the whole world, right? Notice that I'm not using the piston bolt, and that's because I never have minecarts for it, and also it's a lot slower than just using a boat. But you'll come to find that I'm actually a really big fan of piston bolts, and the reason for that is because they're hands-free transportation. So it's pretty much the fastest way of just like pressing a button and having a machine take you somewhere, kind of like how a minecart does. But boats on ice are by far the fastest way, the bestest and fastest way of getting you from one place to another. Now, I'm just going to my witch farm, right? But, oops, gets a little bit laggy when I'm going so far so fast. I'm just going to my witch farm, right? But why is it so far? Well, that's because if you're a smart guy, then what you could do when you're making a witch farm is look for a point in your world where 2 or 3 witch huts are all within close enough proximity to each other to all being loaded in at the same time, and therefore you can make a witch farm on all of them. Ooh, we have a... Let's stop up here real quick. I'll get back to my witch farm talk. Let's talk about this. At one point in my world, I'm sorry that my it's such an unorganized way of doing all the world tour stuff, but there's just so much to talk about. So at one point I decided I wasn't going to use Chunkbase, which is a website that can show you where all the biomes and structures are on your seed. I didn't want to use that anymore. I wanted to try not to use it. But right when I made this commitment, I needed to get all the frogs to make a froglight farm. And I needed to go to every single biome. Or I needed to go to every biome that... The cold biomes with frogs, the warm biome with frogs, and the temperate biomes with frogs. And that's a lot easier if you just look up where where they all are. So I... In my... efforts to not use Chunkbase, what I decided to do was just make a bunch of portals all spaced out from each other to take me to a different biome and see if I can find one with frogs. And eventually I gave up and I just used chunk base. But anyway, this is my froglight farm. Let's take a look. I don't actually come back here anymore because I ran it once and it gave me all the froglights I needed. I believe this is an Il Mango design. Ouch. Ow. Oh gosh, I forgot about that entrance. Okay. Oh my gosh, the lag. Ooh. I don't think it likes all the... Okay, so the way that this works, as you know, frog lights happen when a frog eats a magma cube. It'll drop a frog light. So the way that this farm works is that you just load up this cube with a bunch of frogs of different varieties. As you can see, they're all down here. Oh yeah, look at all those items. And then you have a magma farm, a magma cube farm in the overworld that spawns in and drops them in, and then they all die to the powder snow while the frogs then eat the tiny ones. And then I guess when you turn the farm on, then it'll start letting all these, it'll start collecting them and just bringing them all over here. And this farm is super far away. But I'm pretty sure I have like, oh yeah, all the frog lights I could ever need. Ooh, that was a bit of a disaster. I guess I don't have a better portal of getting me in here, which is kind of dumb. And like, man, my MSPT is just going nuts over here from all the all the entities. That's fun. Hopefully this actually takes me out through the bottom portal. Okay. Anyway, that's my froglight farm. It looks like when I finally conceded and start using chunk base, where I needed to go was all the way over there. So that's fine. Okay, so as I was saying, you can check to see if you could find a place in your world where there's multiple witch huts that are all within a close enough proximity to each other so that they can all be loaded at once, and then you can make a witch farm design at each of those. And that's really the best way to... Oh man, look at this lag. Ooh. And that's really the best way to go about making a witch farm. I scoured far and wide through my seed to find a triple witch hut. I just could not find one. So then I decided, well, I guess it would be okay to make a double witch hut. And I scoured far and wide. And the closest double witch hut that I could find was 30,000 blocks away, I think. Which means I think I have to go 4,000 blocks in the nether to get over here. So over here, this is where my witch huts are. These are also Il Mango designs. They're shifting floors. It's weird because this one over here that's like sunk into the ground gets significantly worse rates than the other one over there. But this is where I get all my redstone. If you're extra smart, then you would actually not even use witch farms to get redstone, and you would use raid farms. Or I think, if I'm in touch with the technical guys good enough. But I am not smart, so I just have my double witch hut, and it works just fine. Fortunately, a little bit ago, I started AFKing at my witch farm, and then I AFK'd it overnight, and then I got super sick, and I was bedridden for like a week, and I left my Minecraft running the entire time, so I got plenty of redstone over that period. Oh my gosh, look at this lag. Also, a side effect of me running this world for 5 years, this world runs so bad. Fortunately, I've done some like drive shenanigans lately. I switched over which drive my Minecraft world is on and stuff, and fixed up my storage. So I think it should be doing a little bit better. But for the longest time, I had to deal with every time me loading into my Minecraft world, it would take an extra like 60 seconds or so before all these like giant ass lag spikes would stop before I could actually start playing the game without like lagging out completely so frequently. And I guess I gotta fill the extra 1,000 blocks worth of travel with some more commentary. So since we're in the nether, I think we went over most of the nether stuff. So we got the witch farm, various portal locations. Like I said, especially the nether roof is really just an area that you can use to get from one place to another in your world, which is incredibly useful. And it's also just like basically a super flat world that's built into your Minecraft world. I mean, you could do anything up here. So much opportunities for builds. The only thing you can't do is dig down, or dig down easily. So once we get back to the fishbowl, then I'm gonna be able to show you the biggest project that I did, or the second biggest project that I did between 20,000 and 30,000 days. That took a long time, so much resource gathering, but it's been actually one of the best things that I've ever done in this world. Look at, oh my gosh. I hope it's just because I'm just loading all these chunks really fast. Also, I have my render distance cranked for the world tour. Anyway, we're almost home. Also, it looks like that area over there, in case you were curious, looks like I was trying to get stems, probably for a map art build. Anyway, here we are, back at the fishbowl. It looks like we went over pretty much everything. Actually, real quick, we should I'll go over. I actually updated this world to a 1.16 snapshot before anything. So if you go far out in most directions, then you can see the world that was generated in that time, where there was a bug that would cause all these trees to grow on the nether roof, which is really neat. I haven't really touched them because I don't want to, because it's kind of like a part of history, but that's really interesting. You can see how far out I have to go before the new nether biome stuff starts coming, because like I said, I generated this world in 1.15. And I guess it would be kind of rude of me to not pop down into the real nether before I start going off to other locations. Now, I don't really see the real nether very often because I don't really have, there's nothing really there that's useful to me. So let's see what's going on. Okay, so here's my nether. There's a couple of things to see down here, actually. This is the main portal that would take me back to my island. And as you can see, it's all nether wastes because of the 1.15 generation. Over there is a completely burned down and busted... a completely burned down and busted wither skeleton farm, which I would love to repair, but oh my god, do I just not feel like it, so I won't. And you could see that I did all the spawn proofing all around it. Also, it's worth mentioning that that farm, I did without Lightmatica, which means that and there's also no YouTube tutorial for it. So I had to go between worlds, where I go into the world download for the farm, and then look at what the farm looks like, and then go back into this world, and then do a little bit of building. It was torturous. It took me like a whole day. It was like, oh man, it was horrible. And then I had to do all the spawn proofing. I didn't have mini HUD or anything. Man, it was a nightmare. The reason that I add these mods in is it doesn't really give me the ability to do something I wasn't able to do before. It just makes it so I'm able to do those things without wanting to kill myself. You know what I mean? As far as I know, that's pretty much it. You can see more spawn proofing for the gold farm that I have on the surface over here. And actually, if you go off in any direction, eventually I think we'll find... Let's see. Ooh. If you go off in any direction, you can actually see the harsh line. But the nether's kind of blocking me right now. Here, yeah, let's see. Through here. Ooh, this is dangerous. Oh, I need to grab another. Better safe than sorry. Hey, buddy. No! Okay. Let's keep going. Okay, here it is. Yeah, you can see a harsh line right down this chunk border where the new generation started. Which I find it really interesting that they didn't actually change up how the seeds generate the nether terrain at all. They just added in like new blocks to the old generation, which is really neat. And then for a while, I think like I would come out here a lot to like grab the new nether blocks when it was new and cool. I actually think that there's a build out here that we can find. Yeah. I was so excited about this update when it came out, dude. Oh, that door sounds weird. I usually don't play with sound, so a lot of these sounds are like really new to me. Looks like I was really excited to play with the new blocks. I remember this house here that I made was made in a snapshot before Blackstone. If I had known about Blackstone, I wouldn't have used quartz as like the cobblestone replacement. Anyway, that's just like fun. So in all 4 directions, it eventually, I think I have a tunnel that takes me out to the new nether generation, because I was like super excited about checking it out. But now I don't really come into the nether anymore, because there's nothing here for me, nothing new here for me to see. It doesn't have anything that I need, and that's cool. But it's kind of cool that I'm doing all this stuff up on the nether roof. Meanwhile, there's this whole world down below it that's like functioning as I'm doing it. Super cool. Anyway, let's head back up to the surface. Oh yeah, actually, you know what? Real quick, before I do that, this right here is the this is the killing chamber for that original slime farm that I showed you with all the obsidian in it. Oh! Oh my god. Oh, I gotta remember that. I gotta go grab that stuff. But you can actually see that I have some original tunnels that I dug out before I made my way up onto the nether roof when I first generated this world. Because I believe, if I'm not wrong, when I first generated this world, I wasn't really too into the idea of going up onto the nether roof, but I changed my mind, alright. Looks like I was doing some villager transportation in a boat. This might have been how I got Otis back home. But I feel like I took Otis through the nether roof. The nether roof. Anywho, back up top. Alright. Now for the moment that I keep saying I'm going to look at, but then I remember that I have something else to look at. This is it. The most important build of... a really cool build. Okay, so at this clam here, if you step on this pressure plate, it'll take you down into my nether network. Okay. So there's a lot going on here. I'm going to do a whole lot of talking. So eventually, I knew that I needed to make a coherent system for how I got to for how I document each of the important locations that I have, and a better way of getting to them besides flying out of the fishbowl and then over to them. Like flying it to the portal made more sense when I was like on the when I just had like the island copy of my island in the nether, but the fishbowl, it's like I want to be able to do all of my nether operations, common nether operations, without leaving the fishbowl. So here it is. What we have here is a tunnel that goes off in all 4 directions. We have north, east, south, and west. And each of these wings has several junctions along them that split off into different locations. So you can see here on the south wing, we can go to the end portal, the guitar, the guardian farm, or the boognish. So, but how do you decide which one you want to go to? Actually, hold on. Let's use east. You could either go to the tutorial world, the copper farm, the snow area, or the big village. Okay. So the way that you choose it is obviously with a lectern selector. So just for the sake of right now, let's go to the snow area, and you select it. Now, say you didn't, say you just wanted to come in, and like you wanted to come in, we wanted to go to the end portal. It's like I don't want to have to like check the book and be like, oh, is it set to end portal right now? It's like I have these chiseled bookshelves all around here, and what the chiseled bookshelves do is they actually display which location it's set to. So you can see that there's 3 books in here, which means it's set to the 3rd location, which is Whack Place. It is. Over here it's set to the 3rd one, which is the 3rd option here. This one, it's set to number 4, which means it was set to Big Village. Remember how I had to switch it back to Snow Area? And here it has 1 bookshelf in it. So before we go anywhere, let's talk about this, because this is 100% my favorite gadget. This whole build is what is packed with redstone. So let's talk about everything. The way that the bookshelf display panels work is when you drop in through here, you drop it onto a tripwire hook, which then goes to these tripwires, which then sends it off into these machines, and I have 4 of them for each junction. And the way it works is it uses another red coder. So say you are over here on the west wing, and you're selected on whack place, which means that there's a output of 3. It sends that signal over here, and it has the 3rd torch lit up. And then what that does is it counts the amount of pulses it has to take before the corresponding dropper runs out of items. So it'll pulse this dropper once, twice, 3 times, and then it will be like, okay, it ran out. So that means that it has to send 3 pulses over to these books right here, and it'll fill up this one first, and then it'll fill up the second one. So there's basically each of these directions has 12 total junctions it can have before we start running into issues. But seeing as the most that we have is 4 on any one, I think we got plenty of time. Hopefully I explained that well enough. There's a whole lot of like RS Snorlax action and stuff in here going on. But basically all that this machine does is it converts a redstone signal strength into a number of pulses. So if it's on a signal strength of 5, then it'll output 5 individual pulses, which then will come out as books. So we'll actually be able to see. We're gonna go check out the snowy village, and then when we come back, we're gonna see that the selector panel is gonna update, and it's gonna have 3 books in it when we return. So let's check this out. Actually, and we can see when we step on here to start it, it'll get rid of all of the books over here and get ready for the next input. So all we have to do is just get in the minecart, and it sends us off. And I'm going to turn my volume way down. So the way that it works also is that the lectern sends a signal all the way down to all the junctions telling me to skip this one, and then it'll tell me to skip the next one, and then it'll tell me to take the other one. Right here, it'll skip this one, and then finally, ooh, this one's pretty far. Once we get to the end here, then we'll take this one down, and then it'll plop us out right here, and then we have a portal. And then what we do is we just stand here, try not to drop down there, and then we're at the snowy place. Pretty cool. So while we're at the snowy place, let's check out what's going on over here. This was, when I first started my world, I wanted to track down every biome that I could that could give me resources from that biome, so like a jungle to get jungle wood and stuff like that. And this was the, just from traveling out in one direction really far, I guess I walked out 6,000 blocks east, I eventually found myself at the snowy area, where I started this project really early on to build this cabin. Looks like I never finished it, and I don't think I ever will. Other than that, I have an ice farm out here, which looks like it's ready to be harvested. This is still where I get my ice. Ilmango ice farm, really good design, super good. Also, it's very laggy around here, my goodness. We get, other than a couple of villages, I also come out here and go to the ice spice, and to get some packed ice whenever I need to. Looks like I have like a simpler, like impulse style ice farm. That's also pretty good. And looks like back before you were able to just go to a biome to get powder snow, this is how I got it in 1.17. So yeah. That's the snowy place. Thanks for visiting. And there's a hole down here. What's this? What? That's so weird. I'm not even joking. I don't think that this is... I don't remember digging this out. Huh. Weird. And I guess there's a hole right here for no reason. Okay, so then on the return track for the Nether Network, it'll take us down here below, where it is a much uglier way to get back, where you have to manually grab the minecart and put it down and press the button. Because by the time I got to the return track, I was so exhausted. So yeah, it just dropped you back down onto a central piston bolt that takes you all the way back to the center. And sometimes the return track can get clogged up with like piglins, like baby piglins, like messing you up and stuff. Honestly, there's plenty of issues with the Nether Network that need to be resolved, but I'm too lazy to. But I'm sure I'll do someday. Hey, buddy. Ah. Alright. So once we land here, then we break the minecart. I'm sure eventually I'll have a system that breaks it for you. Come back up and return the minecart here, and then you're good. Okay, so now you see that the display hasn't updated, and that's because the Nether Network book display will update and reactivate every time that you re-enter down here. So actually, if we leave, and you leave just by going up here, you'll come back up right here. When we drop back down here, 2, 3, and boom, and now we know it's set to snow area. So and also big issue with this, these things, the book panels break a lot, and I don't know why. I have no clue why they break, but they break so much. They get like out of alignment. They break so much that I even put a lectern up here where I have a break log that, and you can see like they break like at least like weekly. So that's not good. I started this break log to see if I could track any patterns with like a certain direction or a certain destination that they break with. I haven't really been able to find anything, any patterns. So I'm still working that out. But anyway, now that we're at the Nether Network, let's go to every single destination that we have. So we just saw the Snow Village. And isn't this a nice snappy way of like knowing exactly what I need to show during my world tour? Cut the fluff. It'll take us right exactly where we need to go. So now that we saw the Snow Village, let's check out the copper farm. And I guess for a big old portion of the world tour now, it's just going to be a whole lot of getting on here and then taking me to a certain place and then coming on back. And then take me to the next place and coming on back. But I'm here to show everything. And man, I've been at this for a long time, huh? At the copper farm, this is another Nembomb design that I don't really come back here very often. Oh man, the lag. I don't know what's going on with the lag right now. Probably because of all the chunks I'm loading and stuff. Whew. Okay, so this design is super fun. I love this design. I'm a really big fan of how it works. So, obviously, drowned drop copper every now and then. Oh my gosh. Okay, so the way that this design works, as far as I understand, is I have it hooked up to a zombie spawner down here, and what it does is it uses the spawning zombie reinforcements mechanic, which means that whenever a zombie is hit or an undead creature is hit, then there's a small chance that it'll spawn a zombie reinforcement, which is just another zombie. But also, if you hit a zombie reinforcement, it might spawn a zombie reinforcement, and so on and so forth. So what it basically does is I think it sends the zombies through these long chains of like that are super slow, where these snowmen will just like chuck snowballs at them incessantly, and then it'll give the reinforcements an opportunity to spawn down these wings, where then they'll walk down here to help out their buddy, and then they'll get stuck, and then they'll also spawn in basically just exponentially spawns in more and more zombies, and then they drown them, turn them into drowned, and then drop them out right here, and then I can kill them, and then I get copper, which is nice because I don't always feel like going mining. Speaking of which, I need to make sure that we see the tunnel bore. Okay. And let's see if we have any copper down here. A little bit. Yeah, some copper. That's nice. Okay, back to the portal. Wherever. It was somewhere on the ground, right? Oh my gosh, the lag. Okay. I forgot that every time I come here, I forget. Dude. Am I gonna have to relog? I might have to relog. Oh my goodness. Wow. This farm might be causing issues. Oh my goodness, I really wasn't anticipating any issues like this. Looks like we got some new chunks that I just loaded in. Okay, I'll tell you what. Oh, we're going to take a quick break, and I'm going to relog the game, and then we'll find our way back to the Nether network, and we'll continue the world tour. Oh my goodness. Holy frick, dude. Did I mute my mic this entire time? I'm not going back to fix that. Uh, if my mic was muted, which I'm pretty sure it was, I don't really know how OBS works. The way it works... Embarrassing. We came back from the copper farm. We went to check out the Guardian farm. I said absolutely nothing about it. And then I came over here and I talked about how this machine works. Basically, creeper farm, come up, and then strike the guys. And then it goes down into the box, and then and that's it. It's just a way to get creeper heads and stuff. Anyway, if we go over to the actual guitar over here, there's a really interesting history about this guitar. And this isn't where Otis came from, a different Acacia Village. Anyway, so me and a group of friends, we used to have this this tradition where every time there was a new Minecraft update, we would make a Minecraft server to coincide with it, and we would all play on the server. The 1.16 server, I had made this. This was my base, and I was so proud of this build. And then the whole server unceremoniously died, and it sucked. I didn't want to lose this build, so I decided to just come over here and just build it in my world, just so I have it. So this is a guitar where you can go into the sound hole, and it has full-on interior. And this was super cool when it was in the server, I swear. I have these ledges up here for some... storage. Random junk up here, just like random decoration. If we go over here, we have like the living room area where we have like, you know, different display cases and desks and stuff, and a closet and whatnot, various interior decoration. We have a little kitchen with a little dining area and a fireplace. Then we have the spiral staircase that takes us down to the next area, which has like this little, I don't know, little enchanting room or something, whatever you want it to be, with a little TV room and a bedroom in here with a bathroom. And that's where I would sleep in that 1.16 server that I miss so much. In the original server, those were the only 2 floors, or the only 3 floors, but then I decided, since I was going to build it here, to make another one. So here's like a chill basement area with like an aquarium here, and we have like a record player right here. Other like hippie stoner decoration, a dartboard. We got like an amp cabinet like set up, piano with like some drums and some guitars around. It's weird, there's supposed to be some armor stands here with I wonder if when I was moving my files and stuff that I ended up losing some entities. That'd be kind of freaky, but I don't really care. I digress. I was looking around and I was noticing there was supposed to be some entities around, but that wouldn't make sense because I have paintings. Don't worry about it. So yeah, this was just a build that I was like very proud of, and I wanted to breathe some life into it and keep it alive and not forget it. So here it is here. Get a good look at it. Oh yeah. Back to the Nether network. Oh gosh, did I forget a repeater? Oh, that's so humiliating. Oh gosh. Yeah, that happens. when you have a build with like so much repetition, so many repeaters, so many pistons and stuff, you're bound to forget some. And then usually once you find that you forgot some, you could just, fix it. But I never go. Most of these locations, out of all the locations at the Nether network, there's probably 3 of them that I go to regularly. Okay, so now that we've gotten those places out of the way, the smaller places, let's start going on to the bigger places. So let's check out We're gonna go to Whack Place, and Whack Place is actually right next to maps. So we're gonna kill two birds with one stone right here. Whack Place is one of the places that I go to. I decided to call it Whack Place because I didn't know what else to call it. It's just an area in my world where I keep all of my farms, and I used to get sand here. Basically a piece of land that I decided to have it be a place where I do experimentation, a place where I can tear up the land without feeling bad. It's far enough away from my base that I'll never see it naturally. Because where all the land that's at my home base, I don't like to destroy it. I don't like to make it look ugly. So I needed a place where I don't feel bad about making it look ugly. And that's what Whack Place is. And there's a couple of things to see here. It doesn't really look like a whole lot, but we do have a couple of things. Looks like we have a dark oak tree farm. I don't know why this isn't where all of my other farms are in the end. So that's strange. Looks like we have a warped wood farm or a nether tree farm. Again, I don't know why this is over here. Here's a cactus farm, because that there used to be a cactus farm in my the farm scaffolding across from my main island, but I took it out, so if I ever needed cactus, I just threw this one up real quick right over here. Other than that, you can see that I've done a lot of stuff with, like, if I ever needed azalea leaves, I guess this is how I got it, by planting a bunch of them solid like this. Or no, this might have been how I got like a bunch of rooted dirt or something. Whatever it is, you can see that I just like kind of throw stuff down and I don't care about it. This is where I got a bunch of beehives. That's where I moved my general mob farm to, so this is another Il Mango design. I AFK here every now and then, but this is where I come to get my gunpowder, because most of my farms I put in the end, but if it's a dimension dependent farm that needs to be in the overworld, then I'll build it around here. Over here you can see this is where I used to harvest sand and dirt. You can see that's also where I used to harvest dirt and also where I used to harvest sand and stuff. I absolutely tore this place up. But something that I want to look at here is this slime farm here. So since I've had a couple of slime farm designs, and actually something I want to check out, I want to add to this. Look up old slime farms. We'll go check that out once we're done with all this stuff. So obviously, if you know a thing or two about mob spawning, slime spawns better the lower down you go. So you're like, oh, well, that means that it will be best to make your farm at Y5 or Y negative whatever 5, because there's bedrock in the way. But if you get rid of the bedrock, then it's even better. So that's what I did down here. So I painstakingly, one by one, removed every bedrock, and now this is open to the void. And then it was ready for me to make a better slime farm design. But I was so tired of it that I didn't make a better slime farm design, so now I just have a billion hoppers and soul sand and these things. And it works good enough for me, and it gets me slime. It's not much faster than any other slime farm. It was definitely not worth the effort. I just think it's cool to have this big of a hole that takes you into the void. The problem is that if you actually want to make a void slime farm design, you don't just need to remove the bedrock from the chunks here. You also kind of need to go 5 blocks in every direction around it, which I think kind of like doubles the amount of redstone or the amount of bedrock that you have to do. So I'll get to that eventually, but I can't say I'll get to it anytime soon. Other than that, if we go right over here, we can actually see where the maps are. So now let's go over all of the map art. Right here we have the very first map art I made. I made this one without Lightmatica. It's the Just Monica window from Doki Doki Literature Club. Here we have the 2x2 Sublime map, and we'll just go over all of the every map we can see, because you'll remember seeing these back at home. Here's the Megamine map. There's the mob switch selector. There's my band. This is the portrait of my island, Frizzle Fry. This is the fisherman one, and this was the first time I was taking a stab at the staircasing, making an actual map with staircasing. It's pretty hard and not super fun to do, actually. Here we have Pure Guava, the mollusk, Quebec. All the Ween maps. There's also Amagama by Pink Floyd right there. And I think that's about it. And I don't think I've made a map since I finished all the Ween maps. I got a little bit mapped out, but I'm not done with map art. Oh no, sirree. I got plenty of ideas. Also, we have the front of the furnace. I forgot to mention this when I was going over the furnace smelting area, but the very front one is actually a map art. The front texture is a map art, but the paintings on either side are retextured paintings of furnaces. So eventually I'm gonna have to make a map art of the side of a furnace too. Okay, over here is one of the bigger projects. I made a map of every single nautical flag, and as far as I understand, they all correspond to like a letter or like a message of some sort, but like also a letter. And the way that I did this, and I actually also did this without Lightmatica, I like to mention that because it makes it a little bit more impressive, right? is I staircased them to make sure that they were as bright as they could be, because the colors get brighter if you stack them downwards. So this way is north. So if they're staircased downwards, then it makes it a brighter version of whatever shade it is. And so I just did the A one, and you can actually see that the A is like white and then cyan. So at the very bottom one is white and then cyan. And then I just did every single one on top of it. So it's basically 26 stacked map arts, and it makes this really trippy, cool effect when you look at all of them at once, where you can kind of almost see all of them. Super cool. It almost looks like one of those like illusion type things with the you drag the one thing, the stripes over the other thing, and makes it look like an animation, you know what I mean, or something. I don't know. Yeah, it is. So that was fun. That took a long time. This seems like this is one of the bigger projects that I've done that took me a really, really, really long time that I don't really think about very often. It almost seems like less impressive than my other big builds, but I'm like, man, it took me a long time. So that was very fun. Fun fact, the F nautical flag was the very first map art I ever made, and I did it in my last survival world because it was the nautical flag that meant I am disabled. Over here is actually a project that I've been working on and off that I'm really excited to talk about, but it's not quite done. It's partly done. This is an idea where I want to make a map for every single card in a deck of cards. And I have all of these guidelines over here, where each of the intersections of this glass is a different place to put a heart or a spade or a diamond or a club. And we actually have, if I can hear it, we actually have, there's the ace, let's see, the 2 and the 3 and so on. And I think I have all of the spades all the way up until 10. But then after 10, then you have to start doing the face cards, and then that's going to be a whole thing in and of itself. So my original plan was to get through all the spades and like the ace through 10 of every card, and then put a little bit more time into doing the face cards. But I lost all of the documentation that I had on how to do the pixel art for all of these, because I've gone so long without working on this thing. But the really cool part about this project is actually how I do the building part. Because you might think, well, it would be really annoying to have to, I build the 10, or let's say I build the 9 of spades like I have right here. And after I'm done building the 9 of spades, then I have to go in and get rid of all the black that I built. Oh, hello guys. Actually, I have a machine that does that for me. So what I use actually is I have black and red candles, and what I do is I come in and I can place the candles over all of this snow. I'm not going to demonstrate it because I really don't want it to break. And then once I'm done building my design, then what I do is I press a button and it'll drag these flying machines over across all of the candles, and it'll sweep up all the candles and bring them down into these water channels here for collection, or just these channels which I can run through and collect all the candles. But also, since it has snowmen and all of the flying machines, it'll replace all of the ground with snow. And then it basically it's a self-erasing map machine. So it's actually kind of cool. I can use the candles to write a message in the snow, and then I press a button and then it'll completely erase it, and then I can do another one. I wonder if this is a thunderstorm. Nope. But I think that the snowmen are really fragile. You know how like they die in the rain, but they're not dying right now because they have, well, I guess they have chains over them, over top of them. But I think if I start moving the machine now while it's raining, then these guys will die, which is really bad. I've had a lot of incidents where the snow golems die. But yeah. Anyway, that's all the maps. I have a giant map district over here because I really love doing map art. I highly recommend map art as like a fun, like it's a really long project, multifaceted. It's like you have to find an area to build it. You have to build the giant, like the platform below it. Every single one of these maps has a cobblestone platform that I use to build the map on. So you have to get all the cobblestone to do that, and then you have to build the cobblestone platform, and then you have to gather all the materials and then do the actual map making. But then in the end, you have something that's like really satisfying. It's like an exclusive painting that nobody else has in their worlds. So I highly recommend it. It's a whole lot of fun. It was really fun to do all the Wien maps, especially because you don't really have to think a lot. It's kind of like a perimeter. I highly recommend anybody to do a perimeter. If they're bored, just dig a hole in the ground, giant ass hole, and then you're good. It takes like maybe up to a month or so, or a couple weeks, or maybe a couple of months, depending on your pace, to build a whole perimeter. And then, but like you always know what you have to do next, you know. So it's not thinking, there's no decorating or redstone or anything. It's just a whole process that keeps you busy and keeps you on Minecraft and keeps you having fun. Right here we have a wool farm. I actually have a much better one now, and I'll show you that once we get to the end. This is my original wool farm. Actually, I think it's some of the... Oh no, the shears are doing okay. I did put unbreaking on these shears. Am I nuts? Wow, I'm crazy. That sucks, especially that I put so much work into putting unbreaking on all these shears when this wool farm is out of commission. Alright, that's fun. I guess I was getting some dirt up there too. Yeah. Oh, and then this is where I get my mangrove and my cherry wood. All kinds of stuff happens over at the Whack Place. All kinds of DigitPlayer survival world shenanigans. Alright. And now we're on to our next destination, which I think should be the end. The dimension, the end, not the end of this world tour will never end. Could you imagine if I like stopped recording and I didn't notice? I mean, like the fact that I had my mic muted, that's like terrifying, dude. That'd be horrible. Like imagine if I like never even noticed, or imagine if my mic was muted this whole time. I have no clue how OBS works. This could be really bad. Something really bad could happen. Alright, let's head to the let's see. We checked out the Guardian Farm in the big village. All right. Let's go to the end. Obviously, I go to the end a lot because for me, I decided to put all of my farms there. But also, the last time, especially in the last world tour, when we went to the end, it wasn't ready, or wasn't, it was gone. The whole main end island just like wasn't there anymore. So, have I done anything? Yes, I have, yes. So, as you know, this isn't new. The end portal leads me to this, or the nether portal leads me to this like really pretty room. Again, another tranquil space where I can come to feel tranquil. I actually really love this build. But you can see that up here, I kind of had to do a little bit of an illusion. And also, if we free cam out of this, it just looks like this. I guess I cleared out this space with some TNT. Anyway, here's another gadget. You just jump down here, it dispenses water. Okay, so that was another gadget. Did you catch that? Okay, and oh yeah, also, by the way, welcome to my new end world. Okay, so last time, in my last world tour, there was nothing here. I had cleared out the end island, and I was like, I don't know, I think I'll put something here. So anyway, this is what I did. After a long hiatus from Minecraft, I remember I came back, and I was like, I'm going to make this end build. So I designed this up real quick, and here's what I made. It is a giant clock right here. You can see what's 12? That's 12. It is roughly 1:30. And it's a giant clock with like a creeper face on it and like different decoration that's old school with all these like dead trees around it. There's not really like, I guess, a whole lot of reasoning for what's going on here. Also a giant chandelier coming out of like a swirly swirl. That circle swirly swirly is actually taken directly from a pixel art of Van Gogh's Starry Night, which I thought was cool. But everything here is actually designed by me. The lanterns, the trees. You can tell the trees are designed by me because I just used a cylinder tool on World Edit and just made them. And the clock. I think this originally came from an idea that I had a long time ago to make the end incorporate a bunch of famous paintings. So that's where like we get the crossover from the Starry Night, where there was going to be like swirls and stuff for Starry Night. There was going to be like the floppy clocks from that, like, I don't know, like, who made that painting? Munch? I don't know. The one with all the floppy clocks, the painting with all the floppy. We'd have like people screaming. No, the Scream was the Munch one. I don't know painters. That idea kind of evolved away from me doing something strictly about paintings, but instead of just having a giant clock as like my platform with all these trees around it, because I thought that might look cool with a giant chandelier that's like coming out of nothing. And yeah, I guess there's not really a whole lot of lore or a whole lot of reasoning for why I did it. I just thought it would look cool, and I think it turned out really awesome actually. And you'll notice that actually when I spawned in, I spawned in on the obsidian platform that you usually spawn in, but then I teleported up here, and I'll show you that in a second. But first, let's go over my end. So, as you know, my end is a place where I just shove all of my farms and my technical stuff because it's not laggy, and it's just a void playground for you just to do whatever you want in, which is awesome. So first, let's go off in this direction where we have a couple of farms. If there's something interesting to say about them, I will. If there's not, then I won't. I guess that's what I've always been doing. Here's a lava farm that I decided to make that I designed when lava farms became a thing. That's about it. I think you just like stand here and it does it like cycles through all of the cauldrons. It like over one cycle it'll bring every single cauldron in front of you, and you just like stand here with a bucket and they fall into this hopper. Here's a carpet duper that dupes a bunch of carpet, and it dupes 1 billion of them, and it's really powerful and really fast and really laggy. And it also comes down. This is I made this for my for the nautical flags. the same super smelter that I have at home base. Here's 5 of them in a row. This is where I do most of my mass crafting. If I ever need like a lot of stone or a lot of glass or something, this is where I go to do it. Instead of building one really good super smelter or furnace array, I just built one okay good one 5 times. Here's a small leaf farm. I want to say that I designed this, but maybe not. I think the way, I haven't used this in a very long time. I'm pretty sure that the way that this works is you have like a sapling in your offhand, and then it plants the tree, and then this minecart takes you around and then lets you shear up all of these, or use your hoe on all the leaves, and then all this wood over here goes and destroys it. This was definitely for leaves. Back in the day when I had the one build that needed a lot of leaves. But I've not touched this farm since I was done with that project, because who needs leaves? Here was a very... It looks like I decorated it. Look how nice it looks. This thing is completely broken. It's blown itself up. But this is a design that I made for Netherwood Farm. Because the Netherwoods, the Warped and the Crimson, introduced this idea where you can bone meal a nylium and it might make a mushroom, and then you can bone meal that mushroom, and then and then you make trees. It's like, finally we have a wood farm that you could just pull a lever and it goes, and you don't have to sit there and hold down to say fully automatic instead of a semi-automatic. And then over here, this is where my bees are. This bee farm kind of like doesn't really work all that well because bees are kind of stupid. But on one side it makes honeycombs, and on the other side it makes honey bottles. Works pretty well. We still have all these slime block infrastructure for when I was putting in. This is how I get my my XP bottles. So the way it works is I bring in emeralds, and I have as many villagers. I'm not sure how many it is, like maybe 128. I'm not entirely sure. As many villagers as it takes to get a full shulker box worth of XP bottles, which it takes a lot of villagers because they don't sell you a whole lot before they sell out, like maybe 12 or something, or maybe like a stack. I don't know. But basically the way it works is I have my emeralds and I get into this minecart, I trade, boop, then press the button, trade, boop, and I do this over and over again. I do this all the way down, and then that's how I get all of my XP bottles. It's a pretty hard process, but I mean, it could be a lot worse. I could have to manually walk to all of them, but it just, once you get into a rhythm, then you can keep going, and then you just do that, and it takes you all the way back around, and then you're back there. Okay, now let's go down the other wing of the end, where we have some more farms. We have my main iron farm design. This is a Nembomb design with like 30 villagers in it. Pretty fast. I've always had more iron than I've ever needed. I've never run out of iron with this thing. Here we have a wood farm, but after Moss came out, El Mango got to work and was designing these bone meal farms that are based on moss. So here is a design for, this is basically a El Mango tree farm that also has a bone meal farm hooked up to it, so I don't have to worry about stocking it with bone meal. So I just come up here and I can run this thing all night, and that's where I get all of my wood from. Here's a villager breeder in case I need villagers in the end, which as it looks like I do. Here is a design that I whipped up, a very simple design for dripstone farm, and then right above it is like the exact same thing except for bone meal, or for what the green stuff, the bamboo, which I needed to make that for the nether network. Over here we have a melon and pumpkin farms, classic. This farm makes sea pickles, which I guess I needed also for the nether network. This makes kelp. I don't know why I've ever needed that much kelp. This farm, you want to guess what this one makes? Dirt. So this is the first. This is like once they introduced azalea trees, this was how we were, I guess, were able to make fully automatic azalea based dirt farms, where you take moss and then you bone meal the moss. Okay, hold on. You take a moss block, bone meal it so it makes other moss blocks from a stone generator, and then you take those moss blocks and you bone meal them until azalea bushes grow on them, and then you bone meal those azalea bushes until they grow into trees, and then those moss blocks with the trees on them would have converted into rooted dirt, and then you just do that over and over again a ton. And then I also, for this one, I also built a couple of the bone meal farms off the end of it to keep it stocked with bone meal, so I could just turn this thing on and it runs all night. And man, it is pretty slow, but it's a lot easier than going out and mining all the dirt by hand. But I don't know if it's faster. I don't know if it's faster than using the gravel method either. Here's a farm that makes azalea bushes that I designed myself, I think. Yeah, that's what this is for. Because I think I was experimenting with dirt farm designs where you manually place in azalea bushes. So we could have this farm that makes 1 billion azalea bushes, and then I just have them. And then I could place them down, and every azalea bush turns into dirt. But I never made a design like that. Here we have just one of Ilmango's bone meal farms, but I accidentally broke it, so then I had to remake it. But by the time I was remaking it, Ilmango had a better design. So I just made it on top. And I've since harvested the hell out of this one down here for its materials. So now it's just like a ghost machine. Over here, we have a concrete converter that looks like it's broken a little bit. Why did I need black concrete? I don't know. I don't use concrete very often. I don't really love the way it looks. It's too plain. Here is another tree farm that I needed to make because the other one doesn't do jungle wood, and I guess I needed jungle wood, probably for that thing over there, which has a bunch of jungle wood in it. Looks like we have another farm for nether wood. I don't remember ever making this, but it looks like something I did make. Hopefully this one actually works. I think this is one where I actually manually place in the mushrooms. Maybe? I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe not. I don't know. I have no recollection of it. It looks like this is one of the more recent farms that I've made. But I'm not kidding. I have no recollection of ever making this. That's funny. And then over here, I remember this. Because there used to be the former version of this. This is a clay converter. So for the Big Village project, I needed a lot of cyan clay, cyan terracotta, and the easiest way to get clay is formerly villager trading, but now since you can take dirt and convert dirt into mud, and then take mud and then put that below dripstone or above dripstone and it turns into clay. That's what this machine does. So you stand at the bottom and then let me see, and also I designed this, if you couldn't tell. You stand, where do you stand? Here? Yeah, you stand right here, and then you continuously place dirt in here, and then as you do it, it gets split up into 4 different towers, where it very, very, very slowly, and the more you slice up the stream of dirt, the slower it goes up, or the more time it spends on dripstone. So it very slowly makes its way back up here, where then all of these reconvene into one area, where then they finally get broken back into clay balls. And I used to have a different version of this, which was a lot taller and a lot bigger because I didn't split it up into 4. And that used to be around like right here in front of the tree farm. But it was kind of an eyesore because it was so close to the main nether build. So I ended up destroying it and remaking it to be a little bit bigger, or a little bit better. And I think that's about it for the farms. Over here we do have a couple of things. The main platform right here has been converted for sand duplication usage. yeah, so yeah, so when I'm using my sand duper, I stand right here and it collects all the sand here. So this is how I get my sand via nether duplication, end portal duplication, I mean. Here's the very first Enderman farm I ever made in my world back a couple of years ago. And I mean, like, back in my former world. I don't know if this thing even works anymore, but I've since made the iJevin design over here. And also you can see I have a bunch of bridged blocks from back when I was on No Wings November. Which, by the way, when I'm back on No Wings November, it's gonna be a fun challenge to navigate the end with this new biome here. I mean, the new. Man, I've been doing this for a long time. It's 3 hours and 45. That's crazy. Oh, so you may have seen over here, off in this direction, we have my new wool farm. And this is actually a quarter of the full design, but I can make as many layers as I want. So this is how I got all of the wool for the most recent really big project that I did that I'm excited to show you. So it's the same kind of idea, except this doesn't use any minecarts for the collection. What it does is all of the sheep are inside of a glass column. Whenever their blocks get sheared, it gets pushed up into water columns, where then it just gets sent down. And that's it. And I believe this design, it has, what, 16 by 16 by 4, if you want to do the math. I'm not going to do the math, but was that like 1,000 sheep maybe? I don't know. Whatever it is, that's how big the design was. It still took me like 2 days of AFKing there to get all the wool that I needed for the project. So, but we'll get there in a second. That's about it for the end. I will say that on this wing over here, if you follow this like central slab, wood slab platform, it actually takes you all the way out to the outer end islands. Actually, there's one more thing about from the end that I need to show you if I can remember where it is. Out here you can see I do some other general maintenance. Looks like I do some carpet duping here. This might have been before I had a carpet duper for this. That's interesting. Also, the platform eventually turns and it takes you off over to my Wither Rose farm over here, which I still use from time to time. And then we have the remnant from an old idea that I've since abandoned, which was the idea for a central area where I have a method of getting every single dye. So I was thinking I would have to make this in the end to be near where I get my black dye from. But I think I've abandoned this project. I'll get back to it. I would really love to make a dye factory though, where I just have access to every single dye, because I'm always in a dye shortage. What's this? Hey buddy, what are you doing up here? Oh, this must have been from when I was getting a shulker for my shulker farm, which I totally didn't show you. And I'm not sure if I really cared to show you. You saw it off when we were checking out the mob switch. You could see the shulker farm off to the left. Alright. And there's one more thing that I need to show you. And hopefully I'll be able to find it. So let me see. Let's just see. I'm just going to fly off in a couple directions and just see if I can... Oh, there it is. Yeah, I found it. Okay. So out here is a house. And there's actually a funny story behind this. So you remember the... everybody remembers the Infinite update, right? Or the April Fool's update with the infinite dimensions. There was one, I don't know if it was like the dimension called like isolated or something. Whatever it was just a super flat world with just one single house with a dude in it and a sign that said like go away or something. I'm not sure if that's correct, but I thought that was so like, I don't know, poetic or something. that I decided to do the same thing. So at like the exact midpoint-ish between the end island and the outer end islands, I built this house and I brought this guy out. Does he have a name? Nope. Anyway, this is his house. And I guess he knows how to use it. It looks like he walks up the stairs and goes out there and stuff. He's pathfinding all around it, so looks like he likes it. Yeah, but I guess he likes his solitude a little bit more. And I think that's about it for the end. So when I come out of here, it's going to spawn me back in the, it's going to spawn me back at my home base. And I thought, okay, so there's a couple things that I need to show you back at home base that popped into my head. But real quick, this is how we actually get down. So I have another gizmo here, and I'll explain it first, because if I demonstrate it first, it'll send me back. What I do is I take an ender pearl here, and I stand here, and I aim at this target block. And what I have is the first person to ever use a calibrated skulk sensor ever, right here, which is listening for thrown items or something like that. And after a very specific amount of delay, it'll release me and drop me back down into the end portal. I have it timed based on the angle and the delay of the machine and how long it takes me to drop back down into the end portal. That basically I go back down into the end portal right before this ender pearl lands. So whenever I go into the end, instead of spawning down on the end platform, it spawns me right here on the clock. Okay, so here we are back here. Actually, so couple things that I forgot to talk about is down here there used to be a village, or an idea for a village. I had a giant dome, glass dome, that was empty on the inside that I was planning on building a village in, but it was so dark and gross that I never ended up doing it. So I took it down, but I kept this thing here so I didn't forget it. And also I have a conduit down here. Or I guess not, actually. Okay, also, interestingly, if we go off in the Wild West direction far enough, it'll eventually take you to one of my old slime farm designs, which actually I think still works back over to this day. But actually, this is still fun just to give you an idea of what kind of terrain is going on outside of my away from my base. But here I have a quad slime chunk right here. I remember having a lot of fun building this, but I guess I just AFK up here. What's in here? Nothing. I don't know if this thing still works, if I decommissioned it or anything. It was just a simple slime farm design where the slime spawn in and then they just like jump around. And then I guess all of their items get collected somewhere? Oh, do they all... Oh, yeah, all the items come to the middle. Yeah, right here. And that's where all the slime is. And I guess there's nothing wrong with this design. I think I just wanted to make a void design. Wow. I think there's still plenty of slime down here. Huh. Just a little piece of Minecraft world history. Alright. So now we're about to get on to the good stuff. Except not quite. We still have one more thing I want to show you real quick. I gotta say, my first world tour was like 3 hours long. And I was like, that's so weird that I was able to shove so much content into 3 hours. and then my second world tour was 2 hours long. And I thought that was so strange. It's like, shouldn't it like always get longer and longer? But I guess I spent less time explaining stuff the second time around. So going into this world tour, I was like, okay, I want to make sure that I spend as much time as possible explaining everything. But man, this is a long one. Okay. So now we have this little area that's really far away, and even with cranked up render distance, it looks like I can still see Melon Meadow over there. But what's important about this place is that this is where I keep my tunnel bore, which is actually something that I come back to pretty frequently. So if you don't know, a tunnel bore is basically a machine that mines for you. It uses TNT to just like mine out the land, and it just like goes in one direction. It's really useful for finding diamonds, redstone. I've used it for copper. I've used it for gold as well when I needed a bunch of raw gold for the fantasy world. And as you can see, I've gone pretty damn far with it. But sometimes it can be a bit of a pain whenever you encounter water or lava, because then you can't really keep pushing it farther anymore. You have to clear out the water or lava by hand. But just to see how it works, I can demonstrate this one. You hit the note block. Destroys everything. Then you could go in and collect your diamonds and stuff. Fly to the other side, check it all out. And then there's also a note block over here. And you do the same thing. It's a great machine. I'm not entirely sure who made it. Probably Ilmango. I think Ilmango made it. Wonderful machine. I love it very much, very much. Thank you. Beautiful man. Beautiful man, Ilmango. Beautiful. Okay, so now, aside from like other random builds that are dotted around that I could go and show you, that I can't really think of right now, that I'm sure I've missed, now it's time to get to the cool projects. So I have a handful of projects in this world that I would call big, that I would say are big projects. And I think it's about time that we go check out the cool projects. And then we're done. So let me think. I think there's 1, 2, 3, 4 big projects to go and check out. And probably a novel's worth of blabbering to do about all of them. So let's go. Come on. Okay, so we're going to go down here, and hopefully you can see this one is set to 2 books because it's at the second one. This one's set to 1 book because it's set to the first one. 3 books. First one. Or 3 books. Yeah. Okay, so the first big project we're going to go chronologically just because. So at the very end of the first world tour, I took you over to what would soon become the build site for the very first big project that I ever did in this world, which involved the very first perimeter that I ever did. And the idea for this project stemmed from me, again, having an appreciation and a ton of nostalgia for super early Minecraft. And when I first started playing Minecraft, I played on the Xbox 360 version, which on the very, very first version of the Xbox 360 Minecraft, it came with a tutorial world where it would spawn you in, it would tell you how to chop down trees, it would teach you how to craft, and then once you were done, it would let you wander out into the actual world, where there were a couple of pre-built structures like a village and a cathedral and a couple other villages and also a couple of like weird looking Easter eggs and stuff like that. And so I found a world download of that, and I decided I wanted to build the tutorial world in Minecraft. And here it is. Now, I think a lot of times when I show people this build, it kind of comes off as not really all that impressive because it kind of just looks like Minecraft. Like, it just looks like more Minecraft terrain down there. But no, everything within this square was manually placed by hand. Everything was a click or a click and hold. And everything is also completely hollow. So this was definitely a massive undertaking and the very first huge build You could also see for the walls, I used a design that was inspired by the Farlands. So anyway, when you were playing Minecraft back in the day, it would spawn you in right here, and it would show you how to chop down trees. It would show you this partially built house here and show you how to complete it. And then it would finally let you through here, where then you can go and see Minecraft, where it has the giant sign. And we also see, this is so nostalgic for me. This is the village, and then over through here there was a tunnel that would show you how to use minecarts, and you could go through this minecart tunnel. I remember, like, if you go along this track now, it's like super smooth, but back in the day it would like jiggle when you went over zigzag tracks like that. There's like this cathedral built on like a rock in the ocean, which is like cool. I never noticed that it was just like floating. I remember when I was way younger, I realized that there's like an area down here that's all lit up by torches, probably to prevent mob spawns or something. But anyway, that's super neat. I thought I discovered like a real, like, true secret. You could see that this whole tutorial world was meant was like designed around teaching the player how to work stuff. So like here's like a mine shaft, here's like a basic iron redstone door, and like furnaces and stuff, and like a little bunker. Just like a little taste of like what you can do with Minecraft. Here's a little farm village and also a bunch of lag spikes with a barn. I'm sure that this was like full of crops back then, but I think that there were some issues with like whoever was gracious enough on Planet Minecraft to provide a world download from this. I'm sure there were some issues with converting the world from the Xbox 360 back over here. Because I know I'm decently sure that everything is exactly the way it was in this world download. I mean, like, the biome generation is weird. There's like these weird old school beaches that, isn't this like so nostalgic, dude? Like these like bigger like I feel like beaches were bigger. They had like coves like this. So awesome. Oh man, I miss it. And you can also see off on the edge, the far edge, over somewhere else. The place where I decided to keep all the materials for this build was in a build of Notch holding up all of the items. It's a little bit cheesy, but it's kind of like, you know, this was the era of Minecraft where it was Notch. Even though I don't think Notch was like super involved in the Xbox 360 version of this game. But yeah, and as you can see, you know, if we're getting some of those lag spikes again, it's completely hollow down here. And also, this is a perimeter that I made before the world height changes. This all used to be bedrock down here, but now it's all this stuff, deep slate. So super interesting, super fun. Still one of my favorite builds, and I'm very happy to have this in my world. I'm very proud of it. There's Notch holding up everything. It was a super big deal, and it was super fun. So anyway, there's that whole backstory behind it. I'll actually, to go in a little bit more about the construction of it, there's like a whole like hollowing out process in order to make everything make everything hollow. A lot of Lightmatica and world edit shenanigans. The resource gathering was like a nightmare, getting all this dirt. It was more dirt than I've ever had to get in my entire life. And like I said, you can't farm dirt. Same thing, there was like smooth stone along the walls, and a lot of stone that I needed to get. It was a crazy build. And also all the flowers, every flower, rose, dandelion, grass, like tall grass or snow layer, was something that was there in the original. And also back in the day, there was this square of mushrooms back here, and I distinctly remember the square of mushrooms. But you can't just place mushrooms anywhere anymore, so I had to put them in flower pots. That's the only compromise I had to make. Alright, and now to head back, let's move on to the next one. So after a lot of other builds, I think, definitely a lot of other builds, I was ready to make another perimeter. And most big projects usually entail making a perimeter. I mean, you need a big build, you need a big canvas, and that's what the perimeter is all about. So something that I was really interested in was not just was a perimeter that was, one, in the new version, where the worlds were deeper, two, a perimeter that was a different shape, and three, a perimeter that was a perimeter that was in a water biome, because the World Eater, the machine that we use to make a perimeter, gets rid of liquids too. So it uses TNT to get rid of the solid blocks, and then it uses sweepers to get rid of all the liquid blocks. So they're perfectly capable of making a full-on oh man, these lag spikes, crazy. They're perfectly capable of making a perimeter, but in, I might have to re-log out of the world again. Perfectly in water, as I was saying. And so I decided to tackle all of those at once, and I wanted to make a perimeter of a certain shape. So, oh bruh. So what shape should that be? Well, I decided on the Boognish, which is my favorite band, Ween's logo. So hopping through here, remember this? I told you we'd come back to it. And then here it is. Okay. So there's not really a whole lot going on in terms of builds, but this project was massive. You know what else is massive? Hello, Perfect. This involved so much clearing out of water. The trenching around the perimeter took so long. The perimeter itself took so many backups. It was so much wool, way more wool than I could really afford at the time. I think I went in, I made all of my sheep on the smaller wool farm. I made them all blue because I needed so much light blue wool. But so interestingly, you're wondering, obviously, how did I make it the perimeter in the shape of a Boognish? This is such a complex shape. How did I do that? Well, I still made it in the shape of a square, but basically, if you want to make a shaped perimeter, the easiest way, instead of making a World Eater that's capable of making a perimeter in a certain shape, maybe it's easiest to just make it in the shape of a square and then filling in the edges. So, if we go down here, you can see that's exactly what I did. So it's actually a giant square, but in the middle I just built up giant walls all the way up to the water level. Giant build that goes all the way up to the water level of the Boognish. I cannot freaking talk. Okay, so that means that all of the gravel and stuff that you saw, actually, I forgot where I came out. Usually I replace the wool block. There it is, that's where I came from. Okay. So that means that all of the gravel and the ocean floor that you see up here, all around it, is completely artificial. So all of this, all of that beautiful artistic, that was all me. And you can kind of tell, if you have a keen eye, if you're really looking in the ocean, you can tell that like that was totally naturally generated, like all there, and this wasn't. Especially if you go inside and you see that half of it is stone, but you can't really tell one way or another. So, and most of it I did by hand, because I think a lot of terraforming and natural builds and stuff, it's easier to do by hand in survival rather than like using creative tools and stuff like that. And then I had to go in and build all the kelp and the seagrass and stuff. But anyway, it turned out really nice, and it also has the face at the bottom. So this wasn't really so much supposed to be a build that like looked cool. It was really about the fun of making the project itself. You could also see my home island over here is at the very corner of where the perimeter was. So just making an ocean perimeter, making a shaped perimeter, making a parameter that goes down to the y-64, the new lowest level, That's what this project was all about. And it was super fun. And I love it. And it looks really impressive, and I think it's cool. I think it's so cool. Okay, now moving on to the next big project. Ooh, those lag spikes. So, something that I kind of always had an affinity for in Minecraft were mega blocks. Like, when you all remember Seth Bling, of course. It was a mega block series. He'd make a giant crafting table, but then he'd use redstone to make the giant crafting table actually be able to craft without using any crafting tables, right? I really liked the idea of like making like big Minecraft, like making 16 by 16 Minecraft blocks that look like giant Minecraft blocks, and then making actual builds out of that, if that makes sense. So, oh, where am I? Okay, so you remember how I said that a common theme in this world was old school pre 1.14 villages. Well, I couldn't just be done with that. I had to like throw one final village build out into my world before I was ever called myself done with it. Because I'm kind of a big boy now. I can't making a measly little village build. I mean, that's like nothing. The expectations are so high. I need to make crazy stuff now. So that's what this is. I just need to keep talking to fill in the time between me to get over there. Do you like my hat, by the way? Thanks. I used to have a bunch of other hats, but oh really? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, anyway, I used to have a bunch of hats, but they all broke. I also used to have a bunch of girlfriends, but I lost them. A bunch of Minecraft girlfriends. But they're gone now. Anyway, remember that build I was talking about? Here it is. One final village build. It's a big old village. Okay, so this one was really fun. It was really fun to build this because I had to basically make the pixel art of the big blocks, and then I built them together like Legos with Lightmatica in a creative world. And then I had to come back into this world and make them. And what I did when I was designing them is I tried to cut down each block into being like about like 3 or 4 blocks. So cobblestone is just stone, light gray stone, or just stone, but this these 3 blocks. This stuff is like jungle, stripped jungle, spruce and oak, and so on and so forth. And this build was really fun because I just went at it one house at a time. But there was a whole lot, but every house was like its own process, which was also really fun. So every house involved a ton of excavation. I had to go in and clear out the whole area. So actually underneath each house, which every house is hollow. Let's go check it out. Oh my gosh, the lag. Oh god, I fell. It's all flat down here. I just did this for the ease of it. But, oh yeah, look at it. And look, there's all the shulker boxes with the materials that I never took out. So I would come in here and I would do a big old excavation and make everything flat. That made it nice and easy to build. And then I'd have to build the actual thing, gather all the materials, which involved like a lot of weird stuff like clay and stripped logs and hardened clay, all kinds of stuff. Oh, I wasn't out of rockets at all. I don't know why I thought I was out of rockets. I'm delirious. Actually, for this particular build here, there was a hill, there's a giant mountain, or not a giant mountain, there's a big old hill, but I flattened it out, and you can almost tell, especially because there's no grass, because I didn't bone meal anything, but I had to come in and re-terraform everything to make it look natural again here. Make it look natural. And again, this is a more terraforming that I did by hand. And I think it was also during No Wings November, given that I kept having to pillar back up. It was actually very difficult to find an area of plains that was lightning, that was big enough for to fit this whole village in without encroaching into other biomes too much. Like, looks like I got pretty deep into this forest here. Oh, there's my guideline wall. Oh, youch. There's a beacon that I left there that I was supposed to take out. Look at that. It's lagging again. I guess if I fly around a lot, it starts to freak out. Looks like I also encroached into this one. But also, I needed to find a plains that was like the every one of these blocks or these houses is built at water level, which is like Y64, Y63. And I needed to make sure that between Y63 and the tallest point of the plains biome wasn't bigger than like 16 blocks, which is really hard because the altitude changes in Minecraft can get pretty gnarly at times. So I was lucky enough to find this area, which was actually pretty low, close to water level, except for a couple points like right here, like when I had to destroy the whole mountain in order to fit it. And I think also over in like the really big L-shaped house over here, it also gets pretty high up. Yeah. But I think it all adds to the aesthetic. So this one took a long time to excavate. But it was fun. But it was all fun. Okay, so that was big build number 3. Time for... Oh my god, did we make it? Did we make it to the grand finale? I'm gonna have to leave my world and redo. Okay, 1 second. 1 second before the grand finale. Let's leave my world and come back into it. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're looking good. Okay. So finally, one build to top it all off. So one project that had kind of been in the works for a long time was this idea that I had when I was trying to think of ideas for the end build. And I thought it would be cool if in the end I destroyed the whole island and then I replaced it with a beautiful plains with like a suburb and like a city, and but except every single block was 100% made out of wool. So like the grass would be like lime wool, maybe like, and like the buildings were gonna be like colorful, like it was almost gonna be like in the style of like a children's drawing, and that was my idea. But obviously that's not the direction that I went with the end island, because the end is very gloomy and it lends itself to like really gloomy, gross looking type builds. So instead I wanted to make this this Wool Town build somewhere else, and it was kind of just an idea that like stuck in my head for a long. Bro, fatty, get out of the way. What? It was an idea that had stuck in my head for a long time, and it's something that I had continuously tried to start building, but then I would fail, or I would like never like the way that it turned out. And the hardest thing for me was like making realistic looking like landscapes, just like with world edit tools or like by hand. Eventually I had the idea to use a world generation mod and copy the patterns made by a world generation mod. Anyway, I was finally able to make this build, and let me show it to you. And you can see I still haven't, I don't even have a destination in the Nether network just yet, because this build is actually unfinished. So let me show it to you. Oh, here it is. Oh, isn't that a breath of fresh air to see something that we haven't seen so many times before? Alright, welcome to the Wool Town. This is the most recent build that I had made in this world. There's a lot. I guess there's a lot to take in. So everything that you see, from the trees to the mountains to the town to the houses, is 100% made out of wool. Nothing else. And this entire schematic and this giant ass build, there was not a single other material. It was just all 100% wool. So I guess let's just get down to business and do a little tour of the town. So dropping in down here, the very first part that I built was this little area with a gas station and a little area. Also, everything has like full interiors, but they're not super detailed because with wool you can only do so much. You have a car pumping gas. And then we also have like a little fast food place with that logo right there. And inside you got the tables, and you got the order. You can order up here, and they also have like this drive-through that comes around. You order. A block behind it, we have some downtown buildings like a church and a statue. And I'm gonna go to bed on this bed made of wool. If we cross the street on the crosswalk here, we can actually see that we have some downtown buildings. You can see just random shops that you'd find in a normal downtown that are selling you stuff. Maybe some restaurants. We got like a clock tower. A lot of these builds were actually inspired by, like, I just looked up children's drawing of town. And also something that I think is neat is that behind here there's actually a gate that takes you into like the alleyway behind the... Here's like the back of the other buildings that are behind it, and like a bunch of dumpsters are like through here and stuff. It's like super trashy back here. If we turn down here, and then over here we have the entrance into a park where you can walk along this little trail. There's also this pond here. And there's a playground for the kiddos to play on. Nice, and a basketball court with a real basketball. And then as we move away from the downtown, then we can see just like some nice suburban houses walk along the sidewalk. Also, most of these houses have full interiors, which I said I was getting better about the interior thing. This one, I think you enter in through the garage. Yeah. Let's just go in and check out every house. Because this build is really like looking at the tutorial world build, I've seen it a million times. And I've shown it off a bunch of times. And it's also been like so many years since I made it. But this Wool Town is fresh on my mind. It took me about, I'd say, a month and a half to do the survival mode construction of all this. The planning itself also took about a month and a half, so this was a pretty gnarly build, I'd say. Let's go up here. Got a bedroom. We got a bedroom. We got a bedroom. Oh, nice, 3 bedrooms. Let's see. And then we also have, if we turn over here, we have a cul-de-sac. This one doesn't have interiors. Also, this one, I totally forgot to even I just forgot to do the interior in it. That's kind of bad. This house looks really nice. You could tell which houses I did the interiors for first because they got better and better. Also, you can kind of tell just like which houses I designed first. This was the very first one. And then I think my favorite house is this one right here. Let's take a look inside. Oh yeah, this one's got like a loft where you walk up here and like this is where the TV is. You can look down at the kitchen. And you may have noticed, I wasn't lying. It's all wool. It's all 100% wool. And also like you can see that the walls just like looks like the world keeps going. See the inside of, yeah, it's fine. We have like a grocery store here with like a parking lot and like a cart return. I think I also didn't really do the interior here because it's along the wall. It's a little bit awkward. We can also see that there's a water tower with the same logo as the fast food place. That's odd. Over here we have a giant lake. Oh, you may have noticed there's a giant lake, and next to this giant lake is a nice lake house with some nice lake house amenities and stuff. And it looks like most of the kitchen and stuff is all up here, up top, kind of like a beach house. And then these guys also have a dock that they can go out to. Along here we have a farm with a barn and a house and a windmill. And then as we go around we see their Wi-Fi tower and another billboard with the same logo as the fast food place and the water tower. Okay. Back behind the houses we have some telephone wires, and we also have some picnic areas. And if you go along this bridge that takes you over this over the river, then you have like a little campsite with a nice view of the lake and the mountain. And if you're brave enough, you might even does that tree look weird to you guys? I don't know if we should be I don't know if we should be in here. Oh goodness. Oh Notch, what's that? Oh my god. Okay, I'll admit it. There's something a little bit sinister going on here in the Wool Town. So I decided to also add in some lore, just for the hell of it. So as you can see, there's a recurring logo. It's this thing. Same thing on the water tower right there. Then there's that billboard with like a propaganda billboard. And then you can see the same thing in like this satanic looking cow sacrifice here. Also there's like this rock formation with like a little informational sign. I think that's fun. And also up here deep in the mountains there's this strangely good looking house. It almost makes you think that this house might be linked to the Taco Bell. That's what I like to call it. We don't know the name of it, but of the organization that's doing this, but it's on the Taco Bell right there. Also, we have this big old mountain with like a couple of mountains behind it. And if you're feeling brave, then you might even want to go in and explore these caves. And these caves, it's no measly cave. And also, just by the way, it's also all made of wool. But it keeps going. It keeps going and going and going. Now, there is a method for figuring out and deducting where you are in these caves, and I'll reveal what that method is in a second. But these caves aren't just for nothing. If you actually explore around in them enough, you might actually find something. Now you might think that because I made these caves, I know exactly where to find the stuff. But I don't. Oh, there's something, but that's not the thing I'm looking for right now. Hold on. You know, I kind of was worried that this was going to be... I accidentally made the caves a little bit too good. Let's see, if we go up here... Oh, okay, here it is. So if you explore enough, you might just find an opening into a giant cavern. Everything's all made of wool, by the way, with little duckies and lanterns and vines and flowers and lava. And we also have this like minecart, like mine scaffolding thing through the middle. And we have this like fairy looking fantasy house right here, which looks awesome with like a puffs of smoke coming out of it. I really like the way that this cavern turned out. I think it looks absolutely beautiful. I'm like really proud of myself for this build. I'm really excited to show off the details of this build because it was actually like pretty much the first decorated build that I did completely on my own, because the Boognish and the tutorial world, I mean, like, those were like already kind of pre-made things that I just built again. So for the first time ever, this is a build that was all me. I placed everything, I designed everything. It was fun. So if you're exploring through the caves, you might find this caution tape, which is weird. And then you'll find this weird mineshaft entrance, which will take you down, down into this weird looking hallway. Oh gosh, guys. I don't know how I feel about this. I feel kind of queasy. At the end of this stupidly long hallway, you'll find, oh god. So this is, I guess this is like where they all meet up. The same people that was on the billboard and the fast food place and the church building and the water tower, they all meet up here. So you might be wondering, you may be asking yourself, who do these people worship? What is their goal? Are these people nice? Are they trying to protect the residents of the Wool Town? Well, if you go through here, you can find their almighty leader. And he is Jeff. Jeff. So that's the dark secret that the Wool Town has. This pleasant looking Wool Town actually has a sinister secret. There's a cult that all follows Jeff. And I mean, Jeff seems like a nice guy. I mean, everything else around him is a little bit scary. And yeah, that's the Wool Town. I don't feel like navigating through the caves again to get out. Let me see if I can find a hole. So, yeah, so there's an entrance, or I guess an exit, depending on your perspective, through the caves, or through the mountain, that leads you into a super confusing, like, winding cave system. That then you can either find like a beautiful cavern or that weird church building all underground. And here's a look of what it looks like from here. By the way, this is how you can tell where you are. And then here's the cavern right here, where you can see that all from the outside. There's the church building that leads you down underground to meet Jeff here in the Wool Hell. Anyway, that's my Wool Town build. It was fun, so that's why I made a giant wool farm. This is what I was working on for a long time. So, in case you were wondering, the main things that I added between the last World Tour and this World Tour was the end build, the Nether Network, and this Wool Town. And those were the really big things. And then there were a couple other builds dotted around, but that's pretty much what I've been doing in the last 10,000 days. Except technically I did the last Wool Town, or World Tour, at like 23,000 days. So it's only been like 7,000 days. But now we're back on track. We're back right on day 30,023. And I think, let's look. Okay, do you guys remember looking at all these things? Home Island History and Gadgets, Lighthouse, Ocean Village, Otis, Villager, Storage, Steampunk, Mushrooms, Divine Village, Farmland, Windmill Stables, Barn, Skywars Island, Mumbo, Land Outlines, Tropical Islands, Enter the Nether, Show the Nether Island into Real Nether, Gold Farm, Piglin Barter, Mob Switch, the End, Desert with the map, Snow with the Ice Farm, Sand Duper, I didn't show that one, oopsies, Witch Farm, 1.17, whatever that means, Tunnel Bore, Perimeter, with a fair amount of hype. Establishment of Melon Meadows, Alderford, Wild West Town, Lilyland, the Fishbowl, the farms at the end, the Lack of End Island, the completed tutorial perimeter, the Wayne perimeter, Big Village, Guitar, Wool Town, Plan, Nether Tunnels, completed Wool Town, Death Processes, Old Slime Farms. Oh gosh, I think that's everything. Also, here's where I kept all the this skyscraper here, this DigitPlayer Incorporated building back behind here. That's where I stored all of the materials. And I used a sorting system to sort them all back in after every layer. And yeah, as for the plans for the future, this thing kind of sticks out like a sore thumb. It's like in the middle of this giant hole. So don't worry, you're not going to see that for much longer, because I'm going to terraform the rest of the world to mold in to this wool town. It's going to be crazy, but that's going to be probably the next big project. So let's head on back home. And now, after a nice easy 4 hours and 35 minutes, I have shown, explained, and talked about pretty much every single build that there is to see in my 1.15 to 1.20 survival world made in 2019. Now we're in 2025, which is crazy. So let's head back home. I guess I should talk about what I'm excited about, what I plan to do. I have a bunch of things on the table. I got a whole bunch of new ideas for more islands. I haven't been super hard at work with the home floating island structures, so I have a whole bunch of floating islands ready. In terms of more ideas, I think I have the idea of I want to add more fishes to the Nether fishbowl. I want to fix up the Western town. I think I want to do more movie references. I want to do the Lilyland suburbs. As you can see here, tons of ideas for oh yeah, look at that. Super cool ideas for different things. Obviously I want to complete the wool town. So I guess really what I'm getting at is that I'm not really going to be done with this world anytime soon. I got plenty of stuff left to do, plenty of world left, plenty of energy left. I am getting old a little bit. I was 15 when I made this world. I'm almost 21 now. That's weird. I can only hope that I'll be holding on to the World 13 Silk Acres till the day that I drop dead, man. And hopefully I'll have a pretty good world to show for it. I really love Minecraft. I love this game. Very thankful for it. I've had a ton of fun. I'm very thankful that the World 10 got corrupted. Very happy this hasn't happened. I have tons of backups everywhere. I think that well, when it comes down to it, there's not really much left to do besides just to say goodbye and to say thank you. I guess, I mean, this is probably an unlisted video, but thank me, thank you Notch, thank you for Minecraft. I'm trying to think if I missed anything. I don't think I did. All right, I guess that's it. That's 30,000 days. 30,000 days, and here's to 30,000 more, and 30,000 after that, and 30,000 after that. Okay, goodbye.